Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. And again, as people are trickling in, this is being recorded. And so if you have any colleagues who weren't able to make it today, we will have all the recordings available on the PHS portal for everybody. So, if you can only make it for part of the day, do not worry. We will have the opportunity for you to go back and watch any of the presentations that you may not be able to make this morning and this afternoon. So wanted to introduce myself for those of you who don't know me or haven't seen me in a minute. And so I'm Melissa Bogoslawski. I'm the program manager for Project Healthy Schools, and we're so happy to have you with us today. The rest of the team is here as well, and you'll see the PHS team members, they will all have the same Zoom background as me. And so if you need any questions and would like to, if you would rather direct message somebody in the chat, feel free to either reach out to me or one of the team members who has the same Zoom background on me and as me, and they'll be happy to help you. So before we begin, again, just a handful of housekeeping items, the usual for Zoom presentations and Zoom meetings. So please be sure that the name that you have on Zoom is the same that you registered with. And so this is for anybody who is looking to get Sketchy credits. And so we do have Sketchies available for everybody today. So we have 3.5 Sketchies for our presentations this morning and this afternoon. And then what I'll do after today is I'll reach out to anybody if for whatever reason we can't match your Sketchy information with the name that you registered with, just to make sure that you get those credits. And so make sure you keep your eyes out in your email for that. And so you can turn on closed captioning by clicking on the live transcript button at the bottom of your screens if you need that support. So after the presentations, there will be time for question and answers. So please put any questions that you have in the chat and send them to everyone so that everyone can see the questions. And so again, with each of our speakers today, especially because we have a handful of speakers that have a half-hour time slot, we want to make sure that they have ample time to get through their presentations. And so we will save questions for the end, but if you have a question and you want to put it in the chat box while the presenter is speaking, just know that they will get to that question once their presentation is done. And again, if you would like to come off mute to ask a question, please wait until the end, but feel free either to drop it in the chat box or come off mute. We have people monitoring the chat, and those of you who coming off of in and out of mute throughout the presentation, throughout the day today. Again, this event is being recorded, so all presentations will be uploaded to the PHS portal to access, and they will be recorded and posted individually, so you won't have to go through the entire recorded presentation. So they will be posted separately. And of course, we're so happy that you're here. Okay, and so before we get started with program updates and getting to all the really good stuff, of course, want to thank our partners for the 2023-2024 school year. Of course, thanking our colleagues at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan through the Building Healthy Communities program. They are a tremendous support for all of our first year schools, and we are always very appreciative of our partnership with them. We are thankful for our partnership with the United Dairy Industry of Michigan and their support of our first and second year schools, as well as Michigan Apples. I know Grace is scheduling all those apple tastings with everybody. And so for those of you who have had them, again, those apples all come from the Michigan Apple Committee. And those of you who are scheduling those apple tastings, just know that that is through our partnership with the Michigan Apple Committee. And then really excited to be thanking our newest partners, which is Michigan Model for Health. And so they are supporting PHS by offering their social emotional health and well-being curriculum to all of our participating schools, which includes offering access to the curriculum and also providing training. And so Grace will also be working with you guys. And all of our first year schools, you should have received an email from your designated Michigan Model Coordinator to schedule those trainings, and so that you can have those resources for your students and for your school. Okay, so just some program updates before we get into talking about our wellness grant program this morning. So we, of course, want to welcome our 8 new schools for the 2023-2024 school year as part of the Building Healthy Communities Engaging Middle Schools Through Project Healthy Schools program, again, which is in partnership with our colleagues at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. And so Glen Levy Middle School in Southfield, Avondale Middle School in Rochester Hills, Huron Academy in Clinton Township, Blissfield Middle School from Blissfield, Kensington Woods from Lakeland, Tri-County Middle School from Sand Lake, Alcona Middle High School from Harrisville, and then Collins Elementary in Houghton Lake. So we have had a wonderful first half of the year with all these schools already, and just want to take a few moments to welcome you all again and just offer our support and our ongoing support. I know Grace has done an outstanding job supporting you all, but if there's anything additional that we can do as a program, please don't hesitate to contact us. So other program updates, we have a lot of wonderful things going on over here at PHS. And so recently we had our newsletter just go out in the last week or so, and just to announce that we have published our vaping curriculum on the portal. And so if that is a topic area that you feel that your students could use some additional help and support and resources from, we do have a 2-lesson curriculum that we have developed. And so we are happy to, walk through that with you if you need to take some time to go through it. And those lessons are aligned with the National and Michigan Health Education Standards. Other program updates as well. So I mentioned in the last slide that we have our partnership with Michigan Model for Health, and we're really excited again to have that partnership. I know some of our schools already have Michigan Model, and so if you do, they're still available as a resource to go through any trainings that you might be interested in for yourself or for your school staff. So just keep that in mind. And if you're not sure who to reach out to, let me know, and I can get you in touch with your school's specific Michigan Model for Health coordinator. And so really exciting news, and you'll have an opportunity to help us out, is that we're turning 20 next year. And so for the 2024-2025 school year, this will mark Project Healthy Schools 20-year anniversary with partnering our first middle school here in Ann Arbor. And so with that, so almost 20 years later, we're now in over 150 schools across the state of Michigan, including you all. And so we would love to have your help. And so with our 20-year anniversary, we are really looking into sharing all the wonderful successes of Project Healthy Schools over the years. And of course, we would not have the success that we have and the support that we have if it wasn't for all the schools that continue to participate with us. And so at the very end of the gathering today, this afternoon, there'll be an opportunity to sign up for a couple different things that we're looking for help with all of our wellness champs in schools. So the first will be if you would like to submit a testimonial, whether it's written or video, we would love to hear from you in terms of how Project Healthy Schools has helped to support your school, things that you've learned. If you have any, stories or testimonials about how it's impacted some of your students or your entire school community. We'll have a link and a QR code for everybody at the end of today's event for you to sign up for that. It's just a really quick interest form, and we'll reach out to see when we can get some things scheduled for that. And then we also have been working on making continual updates to our curriculum just to make sure that everything is in alignment with our efforts for diversity, equity, inclusion, making sure that our language is appropriate and that everything continues to align with National Michigan Health Education Standards. And so with that, we'll see quite a few changes and updates to the curriculum. So the content itself isn't changing and the topic areas aren't changing, but just some changes in verbiage and a few other additions in terms of activities for students to continue to make our curriculum more skill-based. And so with that, we of course would love to have feedback from any of our champs who are familiar with our curriculum, who maybe have been teaching it for at least a year or two. Even longer is even better. And so there will also be a QR code and a link at the end of the presentation. We hope to host a few focus groups in the spring for you all to review that curriculum with us and to provide any feedback. So we know that you are all the ones who are in the trenches and the ones who are teaching our curriculum on a daily and on a weekly basis. And so your input is tremendously valued. And so that again will be just an interest form, and then we will make sure to communicate and coordinate those focus groups. There'll be opportunity to meet in person or online. So there's opportunities for whether you are more comfortable meeting in person or online, there will be opportunities for everybody. So again, those QR codes and links will be made available at the end of the presentation, and they will also be sent out after our event is over this afternoon, because I know some of you may not be able to stay till the end. And so all those links, including our event evaluation, will also be sent out in an email. And so just know that all those will be available for everybody, either if you're with us all day today, or if you have to bow out a little bit early, you will also be able to access those in an email we send out after all the presentations have concluded today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen really quick and introduce our first presenter today. And so those of you who have been with us and have gone through our wellness grant program, you are very familiar with our next presenter. And so who is Brad Newman, who is a wellness coordinator with PHS. So Brad is a wellness and grants coordinator with Project Healthy Schools, and he has been with us since 2017. And has supported the expansion of the PHS program within many schools located in the Upper Peninsula. He completed his undergraduate work in interpersonal communications at Western Michigan University and his master's of art degree in higher education and student personnel from New York University. And so I am going to go ahead and pass the virtual mic over to Brad, and he was going to give some updates on our wellness grant program, as well as a few other updates in terms of dates. So if you have anything that if you have interest in the wellness grant program, Brad is going to provide some updates for you. If you haven't heard of our wellness grant program and you are year 3 or older school with us, make sure you pay attention, because this is a great funding opportunity for any of our schools who qualify.
Awesome. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Alrighty. So as Melissa said, some of you may be aware of this program, some of you may not be. So this is mostly open to many schools. I'll tell exactly what schools are eligible for this funding opportunity. And if your school is not currently eligible for this, you may be in the future. So it's really great just to kind of listen and see what's about, so you can possibly apply in the future if you're eligible. Okay, so first off, what is the PHS Wellness Grant? This is an internal funding opportunity for our returning schools. So we really want to keep investing in you and your school each and every year you're with our program. So this helps keep you sustained and making sure we're reinvigorating your program in your school. It helps continue our lessons. So in year 1 and 2, we did definitely support all of the PHS lesson supplies. After year 2, this would be a great way to ask for funding to keep those supplies going, to make sure you have all the different props and disposables needed to teach the lessons. Any of your wellness initiatives. So in year 1 and 2, you created a SWIP, a school wellness improvement plan. So within that, you had different initiatives, typically 4 throughout the school year, that you implemented for your students and staff. So after that first 2 years of funding with your traditional funding, this would help serve that. So really keeping those traditions going for both your students and your staff. So really, again, keeping the energy going, whether new ideas or existing. And then just really continually looking at your ongoing needs. Obviously, each and every school year is different. Obviously, through the COVID pandemic, we learned that needs change, and that's great. So we want to stay present with you. We want to make sure that we're meeting your needs. So who is eligible? So schools who've been with the program for 3 years and older are traditionally eligible. Year 1 and year 2 schools are not eligible, and that's only because you have funding from other streams. So you have other funds that help support all of these exact same things this program would support. So you don't need to apply because you already have the funding. There are some older schools who are older than year 3 that may also have other funding, whether it be through a different grant or through a different donor. So you would also not be eligible only because you have funding through other streams. So this is really invitation only. And if you are invited to apply for this opportunity, you would receive an email from your PHS wellness coordinator regarding the information. Okay, so if you are eligible, what can you apply for? Like I mentioned, PHS lesson supplies. So making sure that we're utilizing all the different props and disposables that are in our 10 different PHS lessons. So this would help you resupply that each and every year for your students to make sure you're having a great impact with our curriculum. Any of your PHS wellness initiatives and events. So this can be for your students, this can be for your staff. These can be initiatives you've done in the past and you want to make a tradition and keep them going, or it could be something that's brand new for this school year. You want to try something different. That's great. We want to support all of your ideas. And then you can basically request for each application either between $100 to $1,000. So that's a pretty big window. So again, you can really apply for what you need, and then we'll review that after you apply. What would not be eligible for this type of grant funding? Gift cards, stipends, counseling or therapy sessions for staff, fitness reimbursements. We unfortunately cannot handle with this program. Charitable donations we don't allow. If you were to have like a fun run or a field day and require certain things that might require a contract, like a bouncy house, you could definitely ask for that, and we would typically approve that. But if a contract is required, your school would have to sign that and pay for the item up front, and then we would reimburse you on the back end once you submit a itemized receipt. All right, so when is the application open? So the great thing about this process is we have 2 different rounds. So we have one round in the fall of each school year, and we have one in the winter. So you have 2 different rounds. If you are awarded a grant in the fall, you can reapply for a different grant in the winter. So you can apply for one, you can apply for both. It's open for, all the schools who are eligible. So the fall application obviously already passed. Those were awarded on October 15th. For this past fall process, we had 15 schools apply, and we awarded 13 of the grants. So it's a very high approval process. And I'll walk you through exactly what you want to include within your process, within your application in just a second. And then the next grant application we have coming up is going to be in winter. So this one will be open from December 1st through January 31st. And then the awards would be announced by February 15th. All right. So tips and tricks. So this is a grant application process, so it is competitive. We do have limited funding through the entire school year. So you definitely want to put your best foot forward. But the great thing is our applications are open for 2 months. So you have plenty of time to look over the requirements, to look over exactly what we're looking for, and to really collaborate with your team at your school to make sure you're putting your best foot forward. The application is very simple. It's basically a Google form. So basically, we provide you all the questions in advance, and then basically you can kind of work through that process with your school wellness team. We definitely want you to work with your principal as well to make sure that they're fully supportive of the idea you're putting forward. And then last but not least, it's very important that you work with your PHS wellness coordinator, because you want to kind of vet your idea through them, and they can give you some feedback to say, yeah, I think that's really great. How about you think about this? Or, that may not really reach as many students or staff would like it to. Can you kind of tweak it to make it this way? So they're going to really help coach you to make sure you're putting your best foot forward, to make you more successful in your process when you apply. Things to think about: how many students and staff are being impacted? Obviously, the more the better. If this is only impacting 5 of your students and you have a school of 400, that might be a red flag for the committee who reviews the grants, and we might ask you about that. So just kind of thinking about how many students and staff are impacting. New for this year is we're really focusing on DEI. University of Michigan, this is a really strong value of ours. So that's diversity, equity, and inclusion. So again, looking at your entire grant application through that lens to see, is it diverse? Is it equitable? Does it include all students? Are there any food allergies at your school? If so, does your grant support those food allergies or work against that? Are there any physical disabilities or students in your school who have an injury? Or let's say you have a fun run tomorrow, but tonight one of your students breaks their leg. So tomorrow they come in crutches. Can they still participate fully in your activity? Do you have a plan B? So just kind of really thinking of these things ahead of time. We want to be proactive with this, to make sure that all of your students feel included and welcome for anything you might host. Is your grant sustainable? So asking about t-shirts, can we get t-shirts for 300 students? T-shirts tend to be very expensive. That would be kind of they would take home. It'd be a one-time thing. You couldn't obviously reuse that in the future. So there may be times we might approve that. But comparing that to PE equipment, which would be very sustainable, it would be reused year after year. Those 2 things, the PE equipment would be a little bit more sustainable. So we would definitely probably support that a little bit more. So again, that's not to say we wouldn't support a smoothie party or a food tasting, even though they would consume that only once. It is still making a long-term impact, especially if that's impacting your school lunchroom, or if you're sending out recipe cards and they can kind of help create that habit at home. that would be a sustainable item as well. So within your application, just be very specific, realizing that the committee is only looking at your application, so it's a paper. So making sure your verbiage really paints a picture in our mind of exactly what is including. And within each application, you can ask for funding for more than one event. So if you want to do a student event for nutrition and a physical activity event for your staff, that can be within one application. That's great. But just make sure you're being very specific to what you're wanting to do with the budget you're requesting. And then really important is just making sure that within your application, and we do have this as a question for the budget, that you provide the hyperlinks to the products you're requesting. So we know exactly what you're asking for. So when we look at your application, we can review it, we can click on it, see exactly visually what you want, how much it costs. And then the great thing is we also then can use that link to order the product for you if we fund your application. So just like typical funding, if it's something that we can pay for up front and ship to your school, like PE equipment, we definitely would. If it's something that's perishable, such as a food item that you would need to buy more closer to your event, you would then purchase that up front and then submit your reimbursement request through a itemized receipt, and then we'll reimburse you on the back end. And then be creative, have fun, really engage your school wellness team, get students, involved with ideas. If you're having fun, your students and staff will have fun as well. Okay, so reporting is very simple. You guys have all done this in the PHS portal. Is basically just reporting steps 4 and 5. So we just asked a couple questions on the back end of, what did you do? What was your event? How did it unfold? How did it go? Provide some success stories with a quote from a student or staff member. That's great. And then we always want you to share your success with us. So if you can tag us within social media and share your photos on your social media at your school, that would be great. So these are our fall grant recipients. So congratulations to these 13 schools. I'm not going to read these out line by line, but you can see we have a diverse amount of schools across the state of Michigan who received funding for various items supporting both student and staff wellness. Okay, here's some really fun photos just from the last couple of years. Students fun run or field day outside. A lot of our schools in the UP have a very long winter, so asking for items, sleds, different things to keep their students engaged outdoors. School gardens is really popular with a lot of our schools. This is 5 square in the air. This is a PE activity a lot of schools are learning about and becoming interested in. Different events with PE equipment. School gardens and hoop houses are becoming more common and popular, so we love to support that. And this salad they grew not only in their school garden, but then they used it for their rainbow of color salad lesson 6 within our PHS curriculum. And then more outdoor activities, which is fun, and hydration stations, so water filling stations, which are great, definitely sustainable. And this is a really nice photo from last year. We had a school request playground equipment. So these students were very excited when it came in the front door. So very exciting. And then I'm going to do the next photo. It's not actually from a school, but it's just one that I kind of put together. So we have something that's becoming really popular. It was in our PHS newsletter, and it was, pickleball. So pickleball is becoming really common. So hopefully we'll get some photos from schools, but this last round, we support a lot of different pickleball courts and paddles and balls. If you're not familiar with pickleball, it feels like a combination between tennis and ping pong. So obviously the ball is lighter, the racket's a little bit lighter. It's typically in a smaller court. So you can either use a marking kit and draw the line smaller, or you could use a traditional tennis court as well. But it's becoming really popular. So hopefully in the future, we'll get some photos of students and staff engaging with the pickleball that we purchased for them. Okay, so really quick success story. So I work with students with severe emotional impairments. After earning the winter grant and receiving a demonstration mirror, my students became more engaged and positive behavior went up according to their behavioral stats. Several students are very excited to teach people at home now how to prepare different recipes. We focus on low fat, low sugar, healthy foods to eat. So this was a school that really utilized a demonstration mirror, similar to what you might see when you're younger in home economics, to really, again, make sure that students were engaging, they can see exactly what was being made, and it kind of helps them, feel more part of the process with that event. Another one, some students had the opportunity to use skip-its, jump ropes, and hula hoops. It is amazing, but some of our students have never used these things before. It's great to see the students excited to go outside and utilize the equipment. Students arrange flag football and wiffle ball games on their own. This is both social and physical interaction. The students are exercising and they're having fun doing it. Behavior problems have been cut down because more students are engaged in team games. So this school, we funded quite a bit of PE equipment that they utilize both outdoor and indoor. And obviously that can be used before school, during school, or after school. So lots of different ways to engage students and keep them motivated. Okay, awesome. I hope this kind of just gave a quick overview of the process. Again, our next application will be opening up on December 1st. You'll receive an email from your PHS Wellness Coordinator if your school is eligible to apply. And if you have any questions, please reach out to your coordinator. They'll be happy to help you. So we look forward to seeing your applications in the near future. So thank you. Are there any questions before I move on to introducing Colleen? I'm like right on time. No questions? All right. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move on. So I have the honor of introducing Colleen Green. Colleen Green is a graduate of the University of Michigan. She joined the U of M as a staff member in 1996 as a wellness coordinator for M Healthy and the University of Michigan's Wellness and Risk Reduction Program. She's been quoted in several publications on employee wellness and has spoken at conferences on stress management, physical activity, and wellness programming. Her current responsibilities as senior wellness coordinator include working with U of M campus wellness champions to improve culture of well-being in their areas, working on population-based programming, and teaching exercise classes such as Zumba and body sculpting. Welcome, Colleen.
Thank you, Brad. So the first thing I'm going to have everyone do is one of two things. We're going to take 15 seconds and I'd like you to either stand or squirm in your seat. Okay? I'm going to squirm. I'm just going to move a little bit because we've been sitting and we've been stationary for a little bit and our bodies just don't like that. So I'm just going to have you bring yourself back right now. Stand up or sit down and squirm. Just, okay. That felt better, right? Because what we tend to do is we tend to stay in one position a lot. So we're just kind of bringing ourselves back. That also helps us bring back to the moment, which is what we're going to talk about now. You know, of course, that we do a lot of student wellness, but we're here for staff wellness as well. One of the things that I think most teachers you ask say they have some form of stress. So we're going to work on a couple of different techniques that you may be able to use throughout the day for you or your students. The first one, and this is for both, I really like this one, especially for students, but it works for a lot of adults too. We call it pizza breathing. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend like you love pizza and there's a piping hot pizza that you just took out of the oven. It smells so good, but it's too hot to eat. So what we're going to do is we're going to inhale the lovely aroma of the pizza through our nose. We're going to exhale through our mouth and cool off the pizza. Okay? So let's go ahead and try it. Inhale the lovely aroma. Exhale through the mouth, cool off the pizza. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Well, I know I want pizza now, so there's that. So that's a simple thing you can do. Eyes open, eyes closed, your choice. The next thing we're going to do, it's sort of a two-parter. It's 5-count breathing. And the first part, we're just going to focus on the count, okay? One of the things that happens as we begin to get more and more stressed is that our breathing tends to become shallower and more rapid. So what we'd like to do is slow it down a little bit. So we're going to inhale for a count of 5 and exhale for a count of 5. Okay, so let's everybody try it. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so everyone's got the breathing, right? Now what I'd like you to do is work a little bit on some belly breathing. We tend to also, when we're stressed, breathe a lot from here. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to put one hand on your chest and one hand on your belly. And we're going to practice some belly breathing. So when we inhale, I'd like your belly to inflate. And when we exhale, I'd like your belly to deflate. Okay, and we're going to do our 5 count. Here we go. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale, 2, 3, 4. So next time you're feeling a little bit stressed, maybe focus on slowing down the breathing a little bit deeper, and try to make sure you're working a little bit on that belly breathing, okay? So the last thing we're gonna do is an actual visualization exercise. So what I'd like folks to do is make sure you're seated with your feet flat on the ground, sitting comfortably in your chair, and go ahead and close your eyes. And let's focus on that belly breathing again. Slow, deep breaths. Make sure that belly inflates and deflates. Bringing yourself to the moment. Now I'd like you to picture yourself in your favorite location in the world. Anywhere in the world where you feel at your very best. Some folks think of the beach or the mountains, a forest, or maybe even your favorite room. Picture yourself in that location. We're going to tour the various sensory aspects to make that picture a little more vivid in your mind. What do you see in that favorite location? Are there people? Is there nature? Water? What do you see in that favorite location? What do you hear in that favorite location? Is it the sound of nature? Do you hear leaves in the trees? Do you hear children laughing? What do you hear in that favorite location? Favorite location. Do you smell flowers? Do you smell the ocean? Or maybe even a favorite food? What do you smell in that favorite location? What do you feel on your skin? Do you feel a breeze? Do you feel a warm sun? What do you feel on your skin in that favorite location? Take your time. Continue to tour through that favorite location and notice yourself becoming more calm, relaxed, and content. Assure yourself that you can come back to this location anytime you want or need to relax. Take your time, but when you're ready, feel free to open your eyes and rejoin your world. How does everyone feel? Hopefully a little more relaxed. So one of the first things we want to think about when we're managing stress is bringing ourselves back to the moment. A lot of stress has to do with, well, the future or the past. A lot of it, the future in particular. What's happening tomorrow? What do I have to do for Monday? What about that project? Oh my gosh, I have to do this. I have to pick the kids up from school. I have to go to a doctor's, whatever it might be. What can you do in this moment? That's what we want to think about. We want to bring ourselves back to this moment. Breathe slowly and deeply, and that way we'll be able to manage our stress a little bit more. Okay, does anyone have any questions before we go on? Okay, great. Okay, so I get now to introduce Jeanette Wheeler-Brooks. Jeanette is an innovative designer with more than 25 years of experience in developing award-winning educational tools and programs. Her work has supported a broad range of learners, including those in healthcare, manufacturing, software, and nonprofit services. She's honored to integrate her professional skills with her personal passion for health by creating fresh, relevant learning experiences for the public and professional audiences of the Gables Institute. Jeanette, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. As Colleen said, my name is Jeanette, and I am the Director of E-Learning Experience at the Gables Institute. And in case you're not aware of the work that we are doing, we are an educational nonprofit that is a leader in the medical education space. We are physician-led. Advance my screen here. And we were founded by a preventive cardiologist, Dr. Stephen DeVries, and he is actually a U of M alum, but we are based in Chicago. I actually live in Michigan, so I'm kind of right down the road from the PHS office. And one of the unique things about our organization is that we are entirely funded through philanthropy. So we don't seek or accept any commercial funding or sponsorships or anything like that. And a big reason why is so that we can confidently maintain a very unbiased and evidence-based approach to the educational tools that we provide. And one of the main things that we do is we provide nutrition and lifestyle-focused training for doctors and nurses and other clinicians so that they can do a better job at talking to their patients about nutrition and lifestyle. We also advocate for higher standards in nutrition education among medical schools and professional training programs. And the thing that we're going to talk about today is that we also create and provide free nutrition education resources for the public, including schools. And I'm especially excited to talk with you guys about that today because the need for nutrition education among young people, as you know, is so crucial. So to kind of orient all of us, to kind of paint a picture for you of how crucial it is, I want to show you kind of where we're at as a nation with regard to youth and nutrition. And some of this maybe you know, and some of it might be kind of surprising. We'll start with fruit. Most of us think probably that kids generally like fruit, right? So you might assume that, fruit intake can't be that bad among our young people, right? Let's take a look at the data. The USDA recommends a minimum daily intake of 1.5 to 2 cups of fruit a day for adolescents. And wondering, can you guess how this compares to reality? So just want you to think about what percent of kids are actually getting this much. Think of the number, the percentage that you think it might be. And I'll give you a second to noodle on that. And I know some of you might be watching with a colleague or a group of colleagues, so if you want, you can feel free to compare notes, kind of share your guess with the folks that you're sitting with. And I'll just give you a couple more seconds to think about what percentage of kids you think is getting the recommended fruit. So let's see what the reality is. According to data from the CDC, the unfortunate truth is that only 7.1% of kids are reaching that target of 1.5 to 2 cups of fruit a day. And as you can see from that little orange part of the circle that the red arrow is pointing to, that is, just a tiny fraction of our adolescent population. Now, as you maybe can imagine, the situation with vegetables is no better. And in fact, it's actually quite a bit worse. For vegetables, the USDA recommends a minimum of 2.5 to 3 cups of vegetables a day for adolescents. So take a moment again to guess what percentage of our kids are actually getting this much. Are you ready? Sadly, only 2% get the recommended amount, this teeny tiny little green sliver that the arrow is pointing to on the slide. So this kind of begs the question then, what are these kids eating? And working in education, I am guessing that you probably have a pretty good idea of the answer. And that is, they're eating a lot of processed and ultra-processed foods. In fact, on average, 67% of kids' total calories comes from ultra-processed foods. And by ultra-processed foods, many of you probably have heard that term maybe in recent media coverage. But just to kind of give you a nutshell version of what the definition is, these are basically industrial concoctions, really, that have little, if any, whole ingredients. They're the kind of products that you would not be able to create or cook in a home kitchen because they have so many unrecognizable, highly refined chemical ingredients. And I've heard it said that it's hard to even consider these products as food. It's maybe more accurate to call them food-like substances because they resemble food, but they contain so few natural whole foods in them. When we take a look at adults, you can see why our kids are consuming so much of these foods, because the grown-ups in their life are not doing much better. For adults, it's an average of 57% of total calories are coming from ultra-processed foods. And, all of us at some point or another do consume processed or ultra-processed foods. It's kind of the reality of the world that we live in. So you might wonder, well, is this really such a big deal? How much impact could this actually have? And what the data shows us is that the health impact truly is dire. And one long-term study that you're seeing on your screen here found that people with the highest intake of ultra-processed foods had 31% increased likelihood of death over the 19 years that the study was conducted. So 31%, the situation is pretty dire, pretty serious indeed. And our kids obviously are headed in a very concerning direction. But let's get to some good news. All of these data points that I've been showing you are what inspired us at the Gaples Institute to create a free nutrition learning tool specifically for young people, something that would really help them tap into the superpowers of healthy food. Now, we at the Gaples Institute have a long history of creating interactive nutrition education for physicians and for their adult patients. We've done that for many years, but we recognized that young people have some unique needs and interests when it comes to learning about nutrition. So we set out to make something very different that would specifically target learners from middle school all the way up through really early college age. And what we came up with is an interactive online learning resource, and it's called Using Food as a Superpower. And this educational experience is designed with, kind of this comic book feel that you see on your screen, with the goal of reframing nutrition as a superpower that can help young people achieve the goals that are relevant to them. So rather than focus on stuff like how a healthy diet prevents disease or reverses diabetes or those kinds of things, which are very important, for adults like us, but maybe not as relatable for kids, we instead focused on how healthy food supports things that young people care about, things like athletic performance, doing well in academics, having a positive mood and getting good sleep and having high energy. Those kinds of things are much more likely to get kids' attention, right? And we knew from our own kids, and you guys probably do too, from working with kids, that talking about things like heart disease or, high blood pressure probably, wouldn't interest most people that are, in the under 18 set, right? One of the pediatrician reviewers that was an early reviewer and giver of helpful feedback of this course put it like this: young people don't care yet about longevity or future health state, but sleeping better, running faster, that's a winner. And we couldn't agree more. So that is the approach that we took in building this course. So let's take a look at what the resource is like. This is kind of the main menu of the course. There are 5 sections, and students can go through them in whatever order they want. The navigation is super flexible. They can jump around if they want. And each section only takes around 5 minutes to complete. They can also stop and come back later and pick up where they left off. So it's easy for them to do that without losing their progress. All of the content is narrated by our executive director, Dr. DeVries, and it's animated. There's also an option for closed captions. We found it really important to build in accessibility features like closed captioning. And we even made it keyboard friendly in case a learner maybe doesn't have a mouse or has difficulty using a mouse. One of the most distinctive features of the course is that every section is interactive. And that was a really important facet for us. We wanted to let students, really touch the content and learn through discovery rather than just sitting there listening to a lecture or watching a video. Kind of to Colleen's point earlier, when she had us get up or move around, there's a lot of value in disrupting that status quo of just, sitting passively. So in the course, learners never go longer than about 90 seconds without some form of interaction. And I don't want to spoil too much of the fun for you, because I want you to actually do the course and experience it for yourself later on, maybe when you are done with your workday. But what I want to do is play just like a 2-minute peek at one of the lessons. So this is from a section that talks about the gut microbiome. It's just to give you a flavor for what the course is like. So I'm going to go ahead and play this short. It's about 2 minutes.
The brain is a mighty marvel, but did you know that it relies on the gut as its trusty sidekick? These two very different parts of your body team up to form a surprising and powerful dynamic duo. Let's check out how. Our digestive system is like a bustling secret city inhabited by trillions of tiny microbes. These special agents in your gut have a mission-critical assignment. Not only do they process nutrients from your food and keep your digestive tract working properly, they also make important and powerful chemicals and send them to the brain. Chemicals that affect our mood, our feelings, even our ability to learn and remember things. The microbes thrive on fiber that comes from foods like vegetables, fruit, beans, nuts, and whole grains. When you eat a lot of those foods, the microbes in your gut do too, which enables them to send lots of the good chemicals to the brain. This helps the brain feel happier, less stressed, and more focused. But less healthy foods, like those that are highly processed or sugary, can break this connection, preventing these tiny but mighty allies from sending the brain the superpowers it needs. Fortunately, this problem has an easy solution. Healthy food can quickly make a big difference in your gut health. Slide the black button all the way to the right to uncover how fast your gut microbes can get healthier. Amazingly, scientists discovered that just 5 days of healthy food resulted in significantly healthier gut microbes. You've learned how the gut and brain form a powerful dynamic duo. Complete this section of your mission by answering the questions on the following screens.
So as you can see, it's kind of fun, kind of moves right along, and the interactivity is interspersed throughout the whole thing, similar to what you saw. And in that little snippet that I just played for you, learners use this fun little slider interaction where they uncover some surprising data. There are also several kinds of click and reveal interactions. One of them looks like this one. There's another one where they move a little car along a curvy road to navigate some challenges with regard to food choices. So we built in lots of fun, kind of surprising things to keep learners invested and engaged with the content. So I hope you'll take a few minutes later on and experience the course for yourself when you get done with your day today, get done with today's event, and see that it's different than most online learning. We truly believe that this intentional combination of interactivity combined with a strong focus on the specific health goals that matter to young people, it gives us a higher level of engagement. It just makes learning more fun. And any learner, no matter what their age, is going to pay more attention when it's fun. That being said, We were also really intentional about things we left out of the course. So in this learning experience, you won't find discussions of weight or BMI or obesity or a focus on calories. And it's not that those things are not, clinically relevant in terms of health status, but we recognize that these topics can be charged topics for young people, right? Especially kids that maybe have been bombarded with diet culture through, social media or other inputs. And we don't want to exacerbate that. We know that those messages can be harmful and really have the reverse effect that we want. So instead, we wanted to reframe healthy food not as a means of weight loss or even weight maintenance, really, but instead we wanted to offer it as a tool for being healthier and feeling better for everyone. And in the same way, we also, even though there's a substantial focus on how food and mood intersect, we deliberately avoided the use of words like depression and anxiety, not because those things aren't real. We recognize that they definitely are, but because we're very conscious that mental health is influenced by a myriad of factors beyond food. We didn't want to imply to kids that food is a cure for a mental health disorder or a diagnosed challenge, or that it should replace, any other kind of treatment. But we do communicate factual data about how healthy food is a powerful way to support a positive mood for all of us. So we've talked a bit about the content, just a couple more practical things I wanted to mention that educators will want to know. You already know the course is totally free. Whoops, sorry, went back one too far. The course is totally free. And even better, there's no login and no credentials needed. Anyone can get to the content with just one click. They don't got to be put on a mailing list or sign up for anything or anything like that. All you need is a device connected to the internet. You click to start the course and you're in the course. Another thing that you might be interested to know, and you might have noticed this when I played that little video of the gut health interaction, is that there's a short knowledge check at the end of each of the 5 sections, but it's pretty low key. It's not a test, really. Each knowledge check is more of a light, fun way of wrapping back and reinforcing what the student learned. And there's no way to fail any of the knowledge checks. They're just meant to cement the learner's knowledge and give them kind of a little fun interactive review. And each of those knowledge checks is just 4 questions. They're super brief. And thirdly, if a student completes all 5 sections, they have the opportunity to get a personalized certificate emailed to them. And what we see a lot of times is educators will assign their students to do the course and then have them turn in their certificate or show their teacher their certificate as evidence of completion. But I do want to stress while we're talking about that when that happens, when a student enters their email for us to send their certificate to them, there's no strings attached. We never sell anybody's information to anybody, anything like that. We just use their email address to send their certificate to them, and that's it. There is an option for learners to request to receive our nonprofit's monthly newsletter, but we have an age question on that part of the form. And if they're not an adult, or even if they don't specify their age, we don't add them. So we feel that's really important. And then finally, one more kind of important thing in the category of educational integrity is that the data that the content is based on is all fully referenced. And by that, I mean, throughout the course, there are clickable links to the medical research to back up what is being taught. And that's probably not, something that students are going to care about or that probably students might not even feel the need to click on any of those links. But we did that not just for the students, but also as much for educators themselves. Just we really feel it's important to demonstrate the validity of the data. That this isn't just based on, opinion or like a fad diet trend or something like that. That everything in the course that we are teaching is based on hard science. So let's talk about how you can get to the resource. You can get to it, you can launch it directly from the Gaples Institute website. And you can also use this shortened URL that'll take you there, foodsuperpower.org. And that's pretty easy to remember, but I also want to pass along to you a flyer that has the URL on it. And it also has a little bit of additional information that you can use that flyer to share with colleagues. And we would love it actually if you share that PDF far and wide. I'll put it in the chat as soon as we're done here. Share it with teachers in your schools, share it with friends who have kids, maybe pediatricians that you might know. Truly any person can benefit, and their families can too. So that's almost the end of what I have for you today. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to care about nutrition and how young people can benefit from learning about the superpowers of healthy food. We all know that nutrition is a really big part of the health landscape for all of us, but especially for young people who have their whole future ahead of them. And we're really excited about bringing this resource to as many young people as we can. We just released it actually in September, and it's already being used as a pediatric resource by physicians, as well as in school settings. We sometimes we say that we have the unique distinction of this course being praised by 14-year-olds all the way up through pediatric professors at Harvard. Some of our executive director teaches at Harvard, and some of the colleagues that he has there have reviewed it and given it their stamp of approval. So we hope that you will take advantage of it. I'll put the link to the flyer in the chat in a few moments, but would love to open things up for questions now. And also, if you think of questions later, that's fine too. I put my email on the screen. So if you think of stuff after today that you want to connect about or want to reach out for any reason to talk about nutrition or the work that we're doing at the Gaples Institute, I would love to hear from you. So definitely jot down my email address. Questions or thoughts or discussion points that might have surfaced during this presentation. I just put the educator flyer link in the chat. And yeah, so really invite you to spread that far and wide. Also, before I wrap up, wanted to mention that if nutrition is a topic that you want to see more of in your school, we also have another resource that might be of use that it's actually for any age, but young people would benefit from it. And it's a interactive course on healthy eating for planetary health. So if your students have an interest in the environment and doing what they can to save the planet, we also have a really fun resource that you can check out for that. And similar to the one that we just talked about, it's interactive, it's quick, it's free, it's easy to get to, it doesn't require a login, and we love it when schools use it. I'm going to put the link to that in the chat as well. And you can check that out. Questions, comments, feedback, thoughts? Can speak up, or you can put things in the chat if you like. Does this resonate with you guys? Is it something that you are having when you work with kids in your schools? Is it something that you are seeing as a need? Is it something that surfaced in other ways? We would also really love to hear about other needs that you might have that that the Gaples Institute might be able to help with. It's really our mission. All right. Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to share this with you. And again, you have my email, and would love to hear from you if you end up using this resource for your schools, for your students, and looking forward to hearing how that goes.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Jeanette. That was wonderful.
Thanks,
We'll go on to our next presenter now. Melissa Bogoslawski is the program manager of Project Healthy Schools. She has over 10 years of public health work, leadership experience, and involvement in conducting school-based child and adolescent programming and research studies in various demographics across Michigan, Mississippi, Indiana, and Florida. Her work encompasses considerable knowledge about building community relationships, fostering cross-sector partnerships and strategic planning, as well as successful grant writing and grant management efforts. Bogoslawski's education includes a doctorate in health behavior and a minor in educational leadership and law, as well as a Master of Public Health and Bachelor of Science in Exercise and Health Science. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Colleen. And thank you again to Jeanette for her presentation. And just a sidebar before I start mine, we will make sure to have everyone's contact information for all of our presenters today. So if you weren't able to grab Jeanette's email or contact information, just know that all that information will be provided to everybody following today's event. So like Colleen said, and in case anybody did not join us at the top of the event this morning, I'm Melissa Bogoslawski, and I'm the program manager of PHS. I've been in my position for about 2.5 years, and I'm really excited to share just some additional support and just reminding all of our champs in our schools of some of the support that PHS offers, as well as why we stress having wellness teams in all of our schools, and how beneficial they can be not only for your staff, but of course for your students, as well as your school environment and your school community. So like any good educator, we will go over our objectives first for my presentation for today. And so first thing is that we'll describe the importance of a school wellness team. I know, again, if you are with us and you have been with PHS, or if you're just starting, you know that we emphasize and require all of our schools to have a school wellness team. And then identify the 10 components of the whole school, whole community, whole child model. And I promise it will make sense of why I will be addressing the WISC model this morning. Identify members in your school and community that would serve on your school wellness team. So, we encourage our schools to be creative when it comes to forming those wellness teams. So we usually have our usual suspects. And again, we'll get into that once we get to that slide. But to also be more creative in terms of who else in the school, who may have some contacts in the community of who can support school wellness. And again, I'll give some additional examples of that. And of course, have the tools and resources to schedule at least 4 school wellness team meetings during the school year. Again, that is what we recommend for our schools. And we will also, again, what I'll also do is give some additional resources and just reminders in terms of what we offer as a program to all of our schools. All of our first year schools know, and our second and third year schools and beyond know that we give a lot of information when when all of our schools first sign on to be part of PHS. And so sometimes that information can get lost in translation with everything else that we have for our schools. And so just some friendly reminders for everybody. So why do we have school wellness teams? And so a school wellness committee or a school wellness team, depending on what you want to call it or where you're at in the country, is an action-oriented advisory group that focuses on the health and well-being of students, staff, and families in a school community. And so Colleen mentioned it, in her wonderful mindfulness activity this morning, that we also really focus on staff wellness. And so we know that if our teachers and staff aren't healthy, they're not able to do their best when they're at school. And so something that we've really been leaning into in the last few years at PHS is making sure that all of our participating school staff, teachers, administrators, that they all have the support for health and well-being as well. So the school wellness committee implements the district wellness policy and leads other health-related initiatives. That's what we would hope. And so I know we don't talk about your school's district or your district's wellness policy very frequently, but it's something just to, kind of bring a reminder to. So what I would love for everybody to do, excuse me, I'm getting too excited. So in the chat box, please give a simple yes, no, or I don't know, an IDK, if your school district has a recently updated district wellness policy. And so again, just a really quick answer in the chat box, if you don't mind. So again, 3 options, yes, no, or IDK, no more than 3 letters. And again, this is just to show whether or not you know, or if you're not sure. Okay, so we're kind of seeing a mix of a lot of I don't knows, a lot of yes, handful of yeses, some nos. Yes, okay. Good to hear. So why that's important and something to keep in mind is that for schools that participate in the USDA school breakfast and school lunch program, it is actually a requirement of the USDA for schools to have not only a district wellness policy, but an updated district wellness policy. Again, it's not something that's monitored very closely because there's no funding at the federal level to monitor that. But with the Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010, it is part of that legislation and that update for the child nutrition programs for districts to have those district wellness policies. And so if it's something you're not sure about and you don't know how to access it, or you're not sure if your district even has one, please reach out to your wellness coordinator or myself, and we'd be more than happy to help with taking a look at that again. And, a district's wellness policy really can show a district's commitment to the health and well-being of your school students and staff. And so we want to make sure that not only at your school level, but that at the district level, that there is that commitment to the health and well-being of students and staff. So again, if you're not sure, but you're interested, it should be publicly available on your district's website. Again, and if it's not, please just let us know, and we can always help do some of that groundwork and investigating with you if you're not sure or don't know where to find something. So school wellness teams may also, I need to put you guys on my screen, monitor and evaluate the implementation of district and school level health and wellness policies and programs. So again, all of our schools who participate with PHS, you receive funding from us and support from us to have different wellness initiatives and wellness programs that we hope that we can help support and sustain over the long term. Advise the school administration or district administration on related school or community health issues. And so we know that, especially since 2020 and before 2020, that there are a lot of unique health concerns and health issues that are unique to our K through 12 student population. And in response to that, PHS, of course, we've developed some additional curriculum and resources, but we also want to make sure that those issues are brought to the attention of your school administration or district administration. Again, there's a lot of moving parts within a school district. And so we want to make sure that we are helping to support and bringing awareness to those particular issues. So example, last year, one of our first year schools identified that vaping and e-cigarette use is a major concern in their community. And so something that we were able to do was have one of our wellness coordinators have a parent education night about vaping, e-cigarettes, just to, again, give some additional knowledge, because we know that there is a lack of information or misinformation on e-cigarettes and vaping, especially when it comes to youth and adolescents not really knowing the health impact, parents not understanding and knowing the health impacts of vaping and e-cigarettes, and also, again, providing that support and resources. And so we're happy to do that as well. So again, if there is a health issue that you identify or you see it's starting to be a little bit more prevalent in your school environment, bringing it to the attention as a wellness team can be really effective, whether it's bringing it to the attention of your school administration or at the district level. And again, if any of this advocacy or any of these conversations haven't been had, or you're not sure where to start, please just reach out to your wellness coordinator or myself, and we're happy to walk you through that and provide that additional support. Another action item for school wellness teams may also include, again, organizing health promoting programs or events in the district or the community. And so when we get to the whole school, whole child, whole community model, or the WISC model, you will see the image that it shows the surrounding community. And what that points to is that we know that schools are a reflection of their community and vice versa. Communities can definitely reflect their school and the school environment, and how engaged communities are with their schools, and how engaged schools are with their communities. And so even though we're Project Healthy Schools and our work is predominantly done in the school environment, we are happy to help support and brainstorm with our wellness champs and wellness teams to make sure that there is engagement at the district level and at the community level, to make sure that, again, we're getting that support that is unique and necessary for your school and your school's environment. And of course, Project Healthy teams, we require all participating schools to have an active school wellness team. Okay, so why is this something that we require? Why do we recommend at least 4 meetings a year? You guys are really busy, we understand that, but I promise that there is actual evidence-based research and literature that has been published to show the health benefits of having a school wellness team. Okay, and so this publication, it's linked. I know you guys can't get to the link. Again, all of this information will be shared with you all after the event today. But in a publication in 2018, there was a study done for 2 years from 2013 to 2015 with over 5,000 students from over 420 different schools across this country. And overall, what we saw is that in comparison to schools that did not have an active wellness committee or wellness team, schools with an active wellness committee was associated with lower BMI scores, Z-scores in K through 12 students. We're not going to go over Z-scores. Do not worry about that. We have some of the more basic information. So active school engagement and wellness policy implementation appears to play a positive role in efforts to reduce childhood obesity. And again, that's how PHS was formed 20 years ago, was in response to the growing concern of this increase in rates of incidence and prevalence rates of chronic illness being seen in younger and younger students and adolescents, particularly childhood obesity. But we also know that unhealthy behaviors, physical inactivity, sedentary behaviors, poor diet, nutrition, Jeanette, pointed out quite a bit of that already in her presentation. But we know that these behaviors, among other less than healthy behaviors, can increase risk for chronic illness, which can include childhood obesity, but can also include things such as type 2 diabetes and an earlier onset of things like heart disease, whether it's high blood pressure, high cholesterol, again, things that can lead, you may not see high cholesterol, high blood pressure in middle school students, but if they engage in those less than healthy behaviors over a longer period of time, research continues to show that we typically see those symptoms present earlier in life than later. Okay, and so students that attended a school with a wellness team or committee that met once or more in the past year. So again, these results are in comparison to schools that did not have an active wellness team or a team that met at least once in the last year. They had lower BMI Z-scores again. They ate breakfast more frequently. And what the statistics side of my brain loves to see is that we saw statistically significant outcomes when it comes to lower intake of added sugar, lower intake of lower energy dense foods, and a lower intake of sugar sweetened beverages. So again, just by having an active wellness team and a group of staff, students, family, parents, community members, having that commitment to the health and well-being of students helps with the health outcomes of students in that school environment. Okay, so when it comes to PHS school wellness teams, I know our 5-step program looks very familiar to everybody. And so wanted to, again, revisit this just really quickly as a reminder, and then again, just to kind of show, where did my slides go? There we go. Just to show again why, the importance of having that district or that school wellness team. Okay, so we can see here at the very bottom of the first step is identifying a wellness champion. Again, that is what our schools do even before they join PHS. That is part of the application process for Project Healthy Schools, is to identify your school's wellness champion or champions. We know you can have more than one. And then once you become part of the PHS program, to form a school wellness team. And so this should be a support team and sounding board for the school's wellness champion. And so something that we don't want to see, and hopefully it is not happening in a lot of our schools, is that the wellness champion just takes the entire PHS program and has to carry it out on their own. So they're the ones completing all the assessments. They're the ones that are implementing all the wellness initiatives. They're the ones who are initiating all the pre-post health behavior questionnaires. That's a lot of work on one person. And again, why we really encourage and again require all of our schools to have those wellness teams, not only to support your school's wellness champion or champions, but again, like we saw in the last slide, we know that there is far more better health outcomes when there is that whole school approach, when you have multiple members of the school community serving on that wellness team. Okay, so just like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the wellness team and champion are the foundation of a successful 5-step program and a sustainable one. So, for example, we can't expect schools to complete the HSAT or create a school wellness improvement plan if there isn't anybody to do it, right? Or if we do have a identified wellness champion, it's going to take a lot longer. Those of you, again, who either just started with us or who have been with us for at least 2 or 3 years, that HSAT takes some time. And imagine the less time it would take if you were able to divide and conquer that and break that up as a team so that one person isn't responsible for completing that entire assessment. So again, with PHS being a little assessment heavy on the front end when you first join our program, the more involvement and support a champ can get, the better. So support that we offer. Okay, so again, just a few reminders as an organization, what we offer. All of our schools have one-on-one support and technical assistance from a PHS wellness coordinator. And I'm of course biased, but we have the best wellness coordinators in the state of Michigan, with Grace, Brad, and Jacob. And again, if you are with us and you're a PHS school, but you don't know who your coordinator is, and maybe you're rejoining and coming back to us after not being as engaged, feel free to reach out to us, whether our PHS email or again, me, and we will make sure to get you connected with your wellness coordinator. I also act as a wellness coordinator with a handful of our schools. And so you'll have one of 4 of the PHS staff to help support you and your unique needs of your school and your school wellness team. Okay. materials and resources to help form your school wellness team and support in planning your first meeting. So again, we're happy to attend or help craft agendas and reach out to community partners if there are any identified needs there. And then also completing the HSAT, completing a school wellness improvement plan, and collecting responses for staff wellness surveys. So again, we are happy to walk alongside you with as much or as little as you need our help with. And that is beyond the first year of being part of PHS. And so when we communicate with our schools, especially our first year schools, we really emphasize that we want to be part of your school's health and wellness environment and those sustainable changes as long as you'll have us. And as Brad talked about in his presentation, we have that wellness grant funding. And so stick with us, and stick with us. We're happy to provide that wellness grant funding as well as any other additional support that we can offer. So some tips for success in terms of wellness teams. Okay. And so of course, and this is probably one of the hardest things to do when it comes to having a group of school professionals, staff, administration, community members, it's figuring out when to meet. So find a common and consistent meeting time. Again, we have Zoom. So even if it's, everybody in the same school environment, but meeting after school, everybody hopping on Zoom from home in your sweatpants, that's always an option. Conference calls or a walking meeting, if it's difficult to meet in person. Again, if you can't have a sit-down meeting in person, awesome, but we know that there are other alternative methods that can be used. Have an agenda at every meeting, and something that can help guide your team's agenda is your school wellness improvement plan as that working agenda. So when we create that SWIP with our schools as a result of the HSAT, that can be really helpful and beneficial when it comes to identifying what those needs are in your school environment. So even though all of our schools complete the Healthy Schools assessment tool and create that SWIP, we know that it's going to look different with every single school. So even though PHS, we have the same 5 steps, we know once we get past forming the school wellness team and identifying your wellness champ, and we do those assessments, that's when it can get really unique in terms of what we can offer to each of our schools. We know that our Upper Peninsula schools have a lot of different, have many more different needs than maybe our schools in Ann Arbor, Detroit, Grand Rapids, whoever else may be. And so again, why it's important to communicate with your wellness coordinator and to have that team is to make sure that those unique needs of your school and school environment are being addressed. Okay, so again, share the responsibility and ensure that all wellness members are actively engaged. Involve others and delegate action steps. Okay, so again, this goes back to supporting your wellness champion and making sure that they're not carrying the entire load of the PHS program and all things health and well-being by themselves. Of course, this is the usual, but respect others' time, start and end meetings on time. Okay, after each meeting is done, summarize the action steps and key points and follow up after each meeting. So just sending a quick email after the meeting's done. Thanks for meeting, everybody. Here's what we went over. Here are the next steps and who is responsible for each of those steps. Okay. Again, invite your PHS wellness coordinator or me. We may not be able to attend, but we would love to be aware of when those meetings are so we can either follow up, or if there are any resources or things that come up at your team's meeting, we will know that it's going on and be ready to provide any additional support, resources, materials that your team might need. And of course, what we love to do is share successes and brag on your school. We have, like Brad showed, and just for our wellness grant program, the things that our schools are able to do and the wonderful changes that are being made in a school environment. We want to make sure that you guys are sharing your successes within your school and in your school community, but let us help as well. And so we, are really active on social media. And so we want to make sure that we're sharing that with all of our social media, sending it out to our newsletter. We have our newsletter that goes out, a handful of times during the year. And so if you guys had a really great event, if your school wellness team has some really awesome outcomes, email them to us, and we are more than happy to either, again, share it on our social media, share it with our network. We have a really large listserv, and so the more that we can show the wonderful work that our schools are doing, the better. So just keep that in mind. Even if you think it's something small, we get really excited about anything health and wellness related in all of our schools. And so please just let us know, or even just send your coordinator a message and say, hey, we posted this on our Facebook, our Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And we're happy to either share, repost, whatever can help to expand the reach and share all the wonderful work that everybody's doing in your schools. So a quick roadmap, if you're not sure kind of how to get started, and we know that the school year goes by really quickly, and we don't know how Thanksgiving is next week. I thought it was in 2 weeks, so that was a surprise to me for next week. And so just to keep things in mind, and so it might look a little bit different depending on if you're a year 1 school with us or year 2, year 3. We know our year 1 schools have a lot more to do at the beginning of the school year. So in the fall, so between August and October, invite new team members to join. Schedule all 4 wellness team meetings at the for the school year. So instead of meeting once, then trying to figure out when to meet again, set those times, maybe having it be the first Tuesday or Wednesday or the second Thursday of the month, on a quarterly basis, just so it's on a calendar, it's there. That's something that can be really helpful. Use your Healthy Schools assessment tool results to guide kind of the next steps for that school year. And we also know that you may not get everything done in a school year, especially if there are some significant changes that you'd like to make, and that's okay. So let's make some smaller steps each year. And those small steps will lead to some larger and some really awesome outcomes in the long run. Okay. Again, as I mentioned in a previous slide, use your school wellness improvement plan to track your wellness goals for the year, and attend required PHS trainings as a team. So again, maybe not everybody can make it, but the more involvement and engagement we can have from our schools, along with the wellness champion, the more people in that school environment know what's going on. And so what we don't want to do is walk into a school and people wonder, like, who are these people from U of M and why they're here? What we love to see is when people know why we're there, because this entire school knows that you guys are participating in Project Healthy Schools, and it is a school-wide health and well-being effort. Okay. Then in the winter time, of course, attend the PHS Wellness Champion Gathering. We always have it in November. Set deadlines and goals for meetings and check in on progress, and start planning and scheduling wellness initiatives. So again, whether you're a first-year school working with Grace, or a second-year school working with Grace, or a third-year school and beyond working with your wellness coordinator, again, like Brad said again, with his wellness grant presentation, let us know what you're thinking, and we are more than happy to kind of brainstorm and work through that with everybody, so you have the best wellness initiatives that you can for your school. Okay, and then in the spring, because there's not testing and a million other things going on, but meet for the Fountain Wellness team meeting and put the first meeting on the next school year on the schedule. So if you're meeting in April or May for your last meeting, so you don't have to think about it in the summertime, put that on the schedule for the next year or for the next school year. So that's already set and ready to go. Okay, recognize wellness team members' contributions. And again, if there are some really great contributions, let us know. We're happy to share those with our network as well. And again, share accomplishments and success with the school, district, community, and of course, PHS, like I've said a handful of times already. So my favorite model in the world, again, is the whole school, whole community, whole child model. This is a model that was developed in response to the CDC's Coordinated School Health Program. So in partnership with ASCD, they created this more updated model. And so in the model, we have 10 components. I mentioned a few slides back that community is kind of encompasses all 10 components, or all 9 plus community. Okay. And so if we look at the 9 components or the 10 components of the WISC model, we can see just PHS that we cover at least 4. Okay. And so we help support nutrition, environment, and services, and nutrition education. Come on. Physical education and physical activity, health education, and then of course, community involvement. So we're from the community, so we're involved in your school. If you guys are working and hosting apple tastings, that's involvement for Michigan Apples. if you guys are, when you guys start working with Michigan Model for Health, that's health education, as well as a community partner working with you all. And of course, our partners at Building Healthy Communities with Blue Cross Blue Shield. That is another wonderful community partner that can be involved in the health and well-being efforts of your school. Okay, so the WISC model is built upon the 5 tenets. So you can see the green on the inside of the WISC model. And the goal for the WISC model is to make sure that all of these components, so all 10 of these components, are helping to support a healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged student when it comes to the desired outcomes that we look for when it comes to health and academic outcomes. Okay, and so the purpose of this model is to, again, kind of provide a framework to promote collaboration across the school to improve not only physical health of students, but also their social, emotional, and cognitive development as well. We know the research that's out there when it comes to physical activity, healthy nutrition, and that their relationship with cognitive development. We saw with the examples that Brad gave with the wellness grant, how some of the getting playground equipment and having flag football sets led to improved social skills. And so physical activity can definitely play a role in that. And so why I bring this up, okay, and is that a successful school wellness team should include representatives, or as much as you can, of each of the 10 WISC components, and members can represent more than one. Okay, and so a wellness team should include, again, should as in these are recommendations. You can obviously think of other representation as well. So school administrator, school staff, whether that's teachers, assistants, whoever that might be, member from your food service staff, and they're the ones that are responsible for what food is served and what's going into the kids' bellies. And so having their input is super important. School health professionals, whether it's school nurse, social worker, psychologist, whoever it might be. Okay, parents and caregivers. So having parent perspective. Again, a parent might also be a health professional. Okay, students. So this is something that we're really encouraging, is to have more student engagement. We want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students. The best way we know how to do that is to get their input. Okay, and then school board members and administrators, and of course, members of the public and the community. Okay, so final thoughts from me. Okay, so as PH schools or future schools, you have access to a vast network of resources. And so what you guys will see after our break is, some of the resources that our schools may not know that you have, and that's access to all the public and healthy resources that we have at the University of Michigan. And so making sure that if you don't have a resource or you're not sure which direction to go in, we can help facilitate that either by having resources delivered, or us having the resources, or getting you connected to a community partner who may have that. Okay, so like we say when you first join the program, communication is key to success. And think about how to integrate school wellness goals within your school vision and other school goals. And of course, remember that healthier students and staff are better learners. So again, going back to that WISC model, when we can address all 10 of those WISC components the best that we can, and have more coordination across efforts when it comes to physical health, mental health, emotional, social connection, this social emotional climate of the school, we see better outcomes when it comes to health and academic outcomes, and seeing better support and healthier staff members as well. Okay, so would love to answer any questions that anybody might have. So again, if you want to put any questions in the chat box or come off of mute, I would love to answer any questions. Or if you just have any comments, whether it's how is it going with your school wellness team? If you have identified any barriers, if you want to share that, even if you want to send a direct message to me, I would be happy to address that as well, or do what we can. But I'll pause and just see, are there any questions that you all have, or comments about wellness teams, wellness initiatives, anything else like that? And again, if you need to reach out to me and contact me, my contact information is on the slide. So with the wellness team can using, let me see if I can get everybody on here. If you can either put it in the chat box or use the emoji. Has everybody at least met once this year as a wellness team? So you can either put yes or no in the chat box or use an emoji as like a thumbs up if your wellness team has met this year. Not yet? Okay. So we have a couple of yeses. Not yet. Okay. So again, if scheduling the meeting or kind of rounding the troops or anything else like that is, something that you're having a hard time with, again, reach out to your coordinator. We're happy to help with this communications. We know that our teachers and our staff have a lot going on. And so if we can help with coordinating some of those meetings, please just let us know. We're happy to help. Okay, so what we'll do then is head out for a break. And so we have a 10-minute break coming up. And so what we'll do is you do that. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, everybody. Let me share my screen one more time. There we go. And so what we'll do is have about a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we will have our next speaker. And so again, feel free to up, stretch, grab some coffee, do whatever you need to do. And then we will come back at 10:55. So we have an extra 2 minutes for our scheduled break for our next presenter. Okay, if you have any questions, again, the PHS team, if you see somebody with the same background as me, we're happy to answer any questions that you have. I'm standing by, so if you want to send a chat message directly to me, I can answer questions for you as well. But that's it for my presentation. So thank you again, and we'll take about a 10-12 minute stretch break, and we'll get started with our next presenter at 10:55. Okay, everybody, so it is that time. We'll go ahead and I'm going to pull down the break slide and take the time to introduce our next presenter, who I'm excited to have with us for today. So she is a colleague of ours through mHealthy here at the University of Michigan. So Holly Scher, she has worked at mHealthy for 25 years as a health educator. Her goal as a registered dietitian is to share practical ways to eat healthier while balancing enjoyment of food. She is a coach for mHealthy's Nourish Your Whole Self program based on the principles of intuitive eating. She also works with Michigan Medicine, University of Michigan Dearborn, and University of Michigan Flint food retail outlets to increase and identify healthier food choices. When Holly's not at work, she enjoys reading, church activities, and spending time with her 17-year-old twin daughters and husband. And so Holly, will go ahead and pass the virtual mic over to you, and are looking forward to hearing what you have for us today.
Thanks, Melissa. I'm happy to be here today. Appreciate the invitation. And just want to let you know up front, I will be sharing my slides that can be sent out. So there are some links and things on there. So you'll have those as well as a handout with the lunch ideas. And also just want to let you know that I will be sharing some general nutrition guidelines around putting together a lunch or whatever meal you want to apply that to. But we want to encourage you to be flexible in your meal planning, and we like to encourage pleasure in eating as well as removing of guilt over not always following whatever nutrition guidelines that you're working on, that it's not meant to be set up where you're going to have every meal be perfectly aligned. So with that, I will go into just covering what we're going to talk about today. So we'll look at the importance of fueling your body throughout the day, get into some specific minimal prep lunch ideas, as well as some food prep tricks and tips and resources for additional things after our presentation. And then I will end with some money saving ideas, which we all could use these days. So it is important to fuel your body throughout the day. I know we can all get very busy, especially during our work days. So putting together some foods that you can bring with you to have at whatever point that you're able to break can give your body the energy that it needs. It can improve alertness and the ability to remember and learn and focus, and also getting some of those vitamins and minerals throughout the day, so you're not relying on that with your evening eating. So when I'm talking about creating satisfying lunches on the go, some of the things that I'm considering is trying to incorporate 2 to 3 food groups, specifically focusing on a source of carbohydrates, protein, and fats as much as you are able to. This combination provides the most sustaining energy with your meal and can extend that longer than if you just had maybe one of these nutrients. So they work together very well. Also want to encourage you to choose foods that you enjoy. So I will be giving some specific examples, but it's very flexible in determining what you find satisfying. And then lastly, the quantities really is individual to what is enough to satisfy you at that point in your day. And that may vary also from day to day or depending on what you've had already that day. So you won't see any quantities listed on our lunch ideas today. So we're going to dig a little deeper into the different food groups and the macronutrients that they provide and give some suggestions for items that you might choose to put your meal together. So first we have grains, and with grains, the main macronutrient is carbohydrates. They do have a small amount of protein and some may have a small amount of fat, but the main macronutrient is carbs. When possible, if you can incorporate some whole grains, that will provide you with more fiber, vitamins, and minerals than enriched or refined grains. And the whole grains with the fiber extends the sustainability of the foods because it slows how quickly the food is digested in your stomach. So you have some ideas listed here, but I'm going to actually identify some specific products to give you some examples. If I was in person, I would have these packages with me. I'm sure those of you who have taught nutrition to your students may have done this as well. So we used to travel around with the whole suitcase full of packages. So thankfully, I was able to find quite a few examples on the web. And I'm not endorsing any specific brands. I tried to just get a variety of items to give you some suggestions of things that you might find in the store. So first, when we're looking for whole grain breads, you may see right on the outside of the package that it says 100% whole grain or 100% whole wheat. So then you're all set, you know, that's 100% whole grain. Sometimes like the whole wheat tortillas, it doesn't say 100%, but if you turn it over and look at the ingredients, you'll see that the first ingredient is a whole grain, and then there are no other flours listed in the ingredients. So this is 100% too. But it's okay if you're not quite sold on some of the 100% bread products. You might want to choose one that has a mix of grains if that texture is more pleasing for you. Here you'll see the crackers do say 100% whole grain on them. And then moving down below to some different grains that may take some time to prepare. So this might need to be done ahead in batches. You have the brown rice, which actually this is a picture of the microwave brown rice. So if you really only have 90 seconds to cook the rice, then this might be the item for you. It's just partially cooked and it has a little bit of oil added to it to keep the texture pleasurable. But it's still a helpful choice if you don't have a lot of time. If you do have a little more time to do some food prep ahead, you might want to try a quinoa, where you can do batches of this ahead of time and this is something that you can use. We're going to talk about using it in a grain bowl today, but you could use it in a number of different options. And then we have the 100% whole grain pasta, which this is just one example. There's lots of different options out there. And if, again, you're not sure about the texture, then you could also try to mix the 100% whole grain pasta with a refined grain pasta, and that may be more appealing for some people. The next major groups that are mostly carbohydrates are your fruits and vegetables. And we know that these provide many phytonutrients that help us fight disease, along with the fiber for that extended energy. And lots of different options here. I want to encourage you to keep a variety of different options available to you. While fresh may be what you prefer, we know that in Michigan, we can't always get the freshest in-season items. So it may be even better to choose some frozen or canned options off season, where these are packed at the peak of freshness, versus getting some of our fresh items across the country or from another country, and the cost may be a little bit higher when it's out of season. So some different examples you might find in the store for these items, looking at the freezer first. So I found this power blend, which actually ended up being not just vegetables, but it has beans in it. It has brown rice. So this actually could be a meal. So if you're looking for a quick and easy frozen meal, there are a lot of different options out there today. They've come a long way. And this one really is mostly made from whole foods and seasonings. There's not a lot of additives to it. So give that freezer aisle a double check if you haven't looked for some different options recently. Moving on to frozen vegetable mixes. A lot of these are just vegetables. There's nothing added to them. And you could choose the steamable bags where you don't even need something to cook it in. You can just throw it in the microwave. Looking at your salad greens, there are some buying tips for these that you might want to consider. First, choosing the greens that are in a clamshell or in the plastic container may extend the life of the greens, because when it's traveling, maybe not locally, maybe from another state, it is getting bumped around if it's just in that plastic bag. So that can be one benefit to buying the greens in the plastic container. Also, when you're looking at the expiration dates, trying to find the latest expiration date would be helpful. And different greens are going to be hardier than others. So greens like spinach, arugula, kale, those are much hardier. So they are going to last longer too. And then when you get them home, putting a paper towel in the package can help extend the life, because the paper towel will absorb the excess water and keep it from wilting quicker. If you do choose to buy the greens in a plastic bag, maybe consider transferring it into a harder container to give it a little more room to move, to prevent it from getting bumped from other things in your refrigerator, and just making sure to add that paper towel. Moving down to the fruit, you may want to have some of these non-perishable options. So when you run out of fresh, or if the fresh isn't in season, you have these options. You can opt to find ones that are already ready to go, like in the fruit cups, or you could buy it in the can or frozen and put it in your own containers for your lunch. And the frozen fruit can be used for things like smoothies. I've used it for overnight oatmeal because it'll be thawed by morning, and the juices help to soften the oatmeal. So these are just some different options to consider, again, as a backup when you are going to run out of fresh. So you're hopefully going to save some money, not wasting as much on those things that don't last or you don't get to in time. Next, we have one of our groups that's mainly protein, but also is a source of carbs, and that's your dairy and non-dairy. Here we want to look for items that are the non-dairy items that are calcium fortified and vitamin D fortified as well. And cottage cheese, I separated out because it does have a little bit more protein than your servings of most of your milks or non-dairy milks. And then depending on the yogurt type, it can be similar to that. I do want to highlight that not all non-dairy milks are the same in terms of protein. So per cup, most of the ones that I found, whether it was almond milk, soy milk, oat milk, or rice milk, did have added calcium. The almond milk was an exception in terms of the vitamin D. There wasn't any vitamin D added. But in terms of protein, they do vary. Really, only the soy milk as a non-dairy source has protein, or if like the almond milk has 1 gram. So that's just something to keep in mind when we're talking about the meals we're putting together. If you're using the non-dairy milks, that unless it's soy milk, you're not going to get that protein as that part of your meal. And then, of course, we have the traditional things we think of protein, whether it's meat, poultry, or fish, or a vegetarian version with your beans and soy products, as well as eggs. So lots of different variety of items here that you can incorporate. I've highlighted the edamame. That is something that you'll see in the grain bowl that I'm going to show in a little bit, as just a different type of legume that maybe you're not familiar with. You can buy it in the pods or out of the pods. It's best, I like it best in the freezer section. It's just the soybeans, and they are a little crunchy. They have a little bit different flavor, and they go great in a salad or in a stir fry. And lastly, we have lots of different sources of healthy fats, or any type of small amounts of fat in your meal is going to help extend that satisfaction and energy and help you absorb your fat soluble vitamins, as the fat in your meal will slow down digestion and just increasing that satisfaction. We also know that fat provides a lot of taste to many meals that we might have, which is important as well. So getting into the different lunch ideas. So these are taken from a handout that I created. So this just some samples, but the handout has quite a few more ideas. And as I said earlier, it's pretty general. So you could choose what type of wrap you would like. You could even change up the protein, the dressing, what vegetables you want. So these are just some suggestions, but whatever you're going to find satisfying, you can make those choices. And then thinking about the amount, what is going to be satisfying to you? What is going to give you the energy that you need for the rest of your day before you're able to have a meal or a snack again? I do want to point out with the hummus option, I did only list that as a source of fat. So most hummus is actually very low in protein, even though it is made from chickpeas. It only has a few grams of protein for 2 tablespoons. And so that's why I've listed that as the fat. And then I added a yogurt on the side to get some protein in there. Couple more lunch ideas. So using those salad greens with whatever vegetables you might have already chopped up, adding beans for protein or something else like tuna. And here I've suggested using avocado for the fat source. That could be something else, some kind of a dressing, maybe cheese, and then the whole grain crackers for carbs and fiber, more fiber. And then the last one there, using the eggs, popcorn, and fruit. So I hope that what you're seeing, this kind of theme, is that these items don't take a lot of preparations. Many of them are things you can have done ahead of time or ready to go in individual packages or containers. And really, we're just trying to put different foods together to create that satisfying meal, but it does not necessarily have to be what you may traditionally think of as a lunch meal. Before I move on to the next slide, I did want to invite you to share any quick lunch ideas that you like to have. And we can put that in the chat if you would like, or I'm okay if you want to come off mute and share. We're not too big of a group here. So what quick lunch ideas do you use to give you the energy that you need throughout your day? Anyone want to share? I'm sure you're all getting hungry. It's almost about that time that we usually eat. All right, so I see we have someone suggesting quesadillas with cheese, veggies, and black beans. Sounds good. A leftover grain veggie bowl and leftover soup. So I like that also. Leftovers is a great way to use what you've already prepared and not have to take any extra time. This time of year, soups and chilies. Definitely, it's, I think, a benefit of the seasons in Michigan is that we do desire different foods throughout the year. And so it gives us that variety that's very nice in our eating. So more soup fans. Okay, great. All right. Oh, I got one more. Low-fat Greek yogurt, low-fat cottage cheese, fruit, and a handful of mixed nuts. Nice. Yes. Nuts is a great way to get a little bit of protein and that fat in there for your meal. Grazing board style, veggies and dip with cheese and crackers and some fruit. All right. So I can see that I do have some of those in the audience who kind of are doing similar kind of what I call minimal prep lunches to keep things simple and easy. That's great. All right. So if you want to keep putting ideas in the chat, I am going to move to my next slide. So I did want to share one resource that some of you may already be familiar with, but I don't know if you've gone to the recipe site for the My Plate, but they do have a nice listing of different filters that you could use. So you could choose what course that you might want to find a recipe in. Maybe you want to focus on a certain nutrient like lower sodium or more calcium, food groups, what cooking equipment you have. And down here, they even have if you want to filter by cost, which is nice. The other thing that I think is helpful, and I will show you Healthy's resource as well, is they have some videos. So it's always great to see things being done live or recorded to give you an example of what that looks like. All right. So the next example that I want to share, and some of you sound like you're a little familiar with it already, is healthy grain salad bowls. And so this is going to take a little more time. So we're moving from the really minimal prep ideas to, okay, I have to carve out some time to make sure all these different components are ready to go for a grain salad bowl. But the reason that I like it is because it does give you the option to choose what you like for each component. Or if you want to follow a specific recipe, they do have some recipes at the end of the page here. So just to go through real quick, starting with the salad greens. So one thing I didn't mention earlier is with those heartier greens, they also will have more nutrients than some of your lighter color greens, we'll say even. So the darker the green, the more those phytonutrients that you're getting. So next, adding some type of grain to the bowl. So here they're suggesting brown rice, quinoa, barley, or any other whole grain or grain you prefer. And like I said earlier, every grain you choose does not have to be whole grain. You can mix and match. You can have it sometimes and not others. I'm actually not a big fan of brown rice. And for a while, I was just eating it because I thought I should. And then I'm like, why am I doing that? So I eat rice and that's fine. I'll get my whole grains from somewhere else. So just maintaining that pleasure and flexibility in your eating is so important, and not feeling guilty because you don't like certain foods. All right, so we have our grains and our greens. Moving on to the protein. So here they're choosing to suggest some type of bean, lentil, or the edamame even. They've also added in here. When you're using canned beans, you can reduce the sodium by quite a bit by rinsing them. So that's something to keep in mind. But I've also seen some different varieties of beans in the freezer section lately. So check that freezer area out again. And then topping it with whatever vegetables that you like. There's so many different options out there. And this is something maybe you could prep ahead to use for the week in whatever different things that you're preparing. And it's always nice if you can, having different colors. It's very pleasing to the eye. So that's something else to think about when you're putting your meals together, that we do like to have eye appeal with what we're eating, and that can increase the satisfaction of the meal and really make you feel like you've done something positive. And then we have they are saying the healthy fat, which is fine, but you could really any type of fat that's going to give that sustaining power here is great. So they have the avocado, they also have some cheese, nuts, or you might get the fat from the dressing or seasoning that you're going to use. So the last step is to add some type of seasoning or dressing to this grain salad bowl. All right. So the other resource that I wanted to share with you is Healthy's webpage that has videos on cutting and preparing produce, as well as how to pick produce. And then we've also linked to M Dining, which is the U of M Ann Arbor campus dining for students. They have a number of different videos for some at-home kitchen hacks, which are great. So most of these are very short. I'm going to show you some really short videos today. If I was with you, I would probably have done some of this in person, or I mean, not in person, live, actually cutting up some of these things, but the videos are the next best thing that we have for today. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the avocado, and it's really fast. So I believe it's like 30 seconds. So keep your eye on the screen if you want to see how to cut an avocado. Oh, no, start again. I knew that was going to happen. There we go. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to mention with the avocado is that if you want to use it right away, you need to look for one that has a bumpy texture and that when you press on it, it's kind of soft. If you aren't going to use it for a little while, then you can get the ones that are a little harder. And if you need them to ripen a little quicker, you can put them in a brown bag, and that will help them ripen quicker. but definitely need to consider when you're going to use the avocado. All right. I need to go to the next slide. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So for this video, it's how to cut a bell pepper. I say again, it's very short, 43 seconds. So I want you to pay attention to, because when I learned this from RM Healthy Chefs initially, it was just amazing. I couldn't believe I never knew how to cut a pepper so that you don't have seeds flying all over the place. So that's what I want you to kind of hone in on how they do it, and I'll point some things out after in case you missed it, to keep it clean from all those seeds. All right. So with the pepper, basically what she did was cut around that, like they call it the cage, that has all the seeds in it with the stem. So once you cut the two ends off and you just cut around it so you're close enough to the side of the pepper that you're not having the seeds go all over. So that is a very, very nice way to have a less mess with your peppers. And as you saw in that one, she did wash it. So we should be washing most of our fruits and vegetables in advance. And actually, I'm surprised they didn't show washing the avocado, because you should also do that, because if you're putting your knife into it, you could carry any pesticides or whatever from the outside in. But maybe avocados don't need a lot of that in their farming. So that's why they didn't do it. All right, so let me see if I can get to my last one without this video starting. Oh, yay, it worked. All right, so the last short video that I'm going to show you that I thought was kind of cool is different ways to cut carrots. And the one thing about carrots that I like to think about is not just how you're going to cut it, but that it's very fast. If you're going to peel it and even just chop it to eat it raw, it really does not take that much time. And so here you're going to see this video is 1 minute and 21 seconds, and they're cutting the carrots 4 different ways. All right. So what I wanted to point out with this one, as well as with the others, but maybe this one seemed very apparent, is how he had his fingers kind of curled under. So when I was getting knife skill tips from our Healthy chefs, that was something that they shared that I guess I really never thought of. So to protect your fingers curling them under while you're holding onto the vegetable is very helpful. All right. Not go again. There we go. All right, so now we're going to move on to a few slides about saving money, which again, I think all of us could use to save some pennies these days with the grocery store prices. So first of all, if you haven't already tried your generic or store brand, most of these, a lot of these items, I should say, are very similar or acceptable. There may be some things that you're just not willing to switch, and that's fine. But at least giving them a try, they generally are going to be less expensive. Even if your store brand is on sale, I find often the brand name is on sale. I find often the generic or store brand is still a better price. Specifically, when you're looking at things like canned fruits and vegetables, as well as your grains and your baking products, some of those items are actually made in the same facility. They just have a different label put on them. Not all of them, but some of those. So definitely something to try. Second, try to stick to your shopping list and try not to shop when you're hungry. You may be more likely to buy things that aren't on your list or that maybe you really don't need. When you're shopping, look high and low on the shelves. So some stores will put more expensive items or brands at eye level. And so just making sure you're checking out the variety of different options for any given area. Next, we often think that if there's something on the end of an aisle, that means it's on sale, which it might be, but that's not always the case. So just be looking for those signs and making sure that you're aware of what is actually on sale. This one, we're going to spend a few slides comparing some unit prices. This is your best way to compare different products to different brands within a category to see what the best buy is. So the unit price is in Michigan is required to be on the shelf label. So your store should have that per ounce, per unit of how it is packaged on the shelf label. But if something's on sale, they may not have converted that, so that can complicate things. So knowing how to do that, we're going to go through that today. And then next, I found this is super important in the last few years, knowing your store's sale policy. So with this one, in the past, if I wanted to take advantage of the 10 for 10 sale, I didn't even have to buy 10 items. I bought one and it'd still be $1. Now I'm seeing with the stores that I shop in, you have to buy the quantity they say, or you're not going to get the sale price. So be aware of what the sale price is or sale policy is for your store. In general, if an item is less processed, it's going to be less costly. That's not always the case. But when we look at going from a bag of rice that takes longer to cook, moving on to a box of, say, minute rice, and then the microwave rice I showed you, you're probably going to get an increase in cost as it is partially processed or partially cooked in this case for you. But that might be worth it to you for some items to save that time. And then lastly, whether you're doing self-checkout or just going through the regular checkout, be sure to make sure those prices are scanning correctly. They are only as accurate as the human that's inputting the prices. So I've often find incorrect prices being scanned, and the best way to correct that is right when you're being checked out. But you can always, if you haven't done that, check your receipt after as well. So the examples we're going to go through today, I did get pricing from some local stores, specifically Meijer, and I did compare Kroger. Those are the ones that are around me. and I did look online for most of them, but I did this in the last month. So hopefully they're pretty accurate, but it's just meant to be an example. But knowing that when I've done these slides over the years, the prices have changed. So the savings does change. So it's something you may need to check in on if you haven't done it in a while. If you knew that a certain price was good for a product, it might have changed. So in this example, we have the 16-ounce peanut butter compared to the package, which is 240 ounces. So it is less cost per ounce. So taking that total price and divided by the total ounces, we get the cost per ounce. And then I wanted to see, well, how much am I actually saving? So in this case, if you were to buy the same equivalent of the 16 ounces to get to the 80 ounces, you save $3, which is quite a bit if you use a lot of peanut butter. So it is important anytime you're looking at a larger package to consider, am I going to use this item before it goes bad? So then we're just wasting money anyway. And in this case, with the peanut butter, you can put it in the refrigerator. It will extend the shelf life, but it might be a little harder to spread if you do that. So just some things to keep in mind. And then this is the type of package, I was surprised to find it at the regular grocery store, but you might find this in a warehouse store. So that is a common thing for a lot of people now, is to buy their some of their core items at a warehouse store. And often it is a better price, but it's not always 100% the case. So just be careful and do your unit pricing, even if you're comparing the grocery store compared to the warehouse store. Another example that I looked up, which was kind of interesting, was a store brand frozen broccoli. So here, the 32-ounce package actually was the lowest per ounce. Even the 52-ounce, for some reason, was the same price as the 12-ounce. So I don't know why, kind of weird. So if you went with that 32-ounce compared to buying the 12-ounce, you have a 59-cent savings, which may not seem like a lot, but if you're doing this with a lot of your products and really evaluating the cost per ounce, this can add up over time, particularly things that you buy on a regular basis. So comparing a less processed example, so I took a brand name oatmeal, an instant option, compared to an old-fashioned oat. And so here, if you're using a lot of oats and you don't mind having to spend 5 to 10 minutes cooking them, you can save quite a bit with buying the old-fashioned oats in the larger container. If you're not going to take the time to make the oatmeal ahead of time or when you want it, then maybe in this case, the instant is better, just so you can still get that whole grain and have a quick meal that you like, and you'll work on saving money somewhere else. With your grains, storing them in an airtight container can help extend the shelf life. So keep that in mind. And thinking about different storage times, there are resources. I didn't include them in the presentation, but there are several different websites that will give you charts and help you know how long something typically is still fresh, and if once you've already opened it. So the package might have a use by date, but once you've opened it, it's different. And then lastly, we have a bag of baby carrots compared to the bagged whole carrots. So here you don't see a lot of savings, and you also have to consider that the whole carrots, you're not eating all of it, especially if it does have some kind of a stem on it. So this may be more just a matter of preference. Do you prefer to have the fresh carrots and prepare them yourself, or would you rather just, use the baby carrots that are ready to go? So, sorry, let me just get to my notes here. Okay, I do have one more slide. And then I was going to ask for some of your ideas. So the last slide around thinking about cost is looking at the different protein options. So Again, I did get these pretty recently. Most of these are not sale prices, so you could get a better cost per ounce if you were to buy these items on sale. Maybe if you're freezing meat in some type of freezer bag or using a food saver, that can be a way to take advantage of the sales there. And the egg prices, I know, probably varies across the board. So this is what I was finding locally where I'm at in the Detroit area, but I'm not sure if that's consistent across Michigan. So, and we know those egg prices have gone up and down the last few years, but at least gives you a general idea to see kind of the difference that a lot of your vegetarian or even the eggs are going to come in at a lower cost than the meat costs. And here I did use, for comparison, I used what the My Plate considers a 1 ounce protein equivalent. So that's how I came up with the servings, to try to make them equal in terms of protein. And then with the meats, I accounted for the loss of about 1 ounce for every 4 ounces of meat of water. So you're not obviously getting meat from that. So I wanted to see if there were any money saving tips that you have that you want to share with the group. And you can put it in the chat if you'd like, or if you want to come off mute, I'm okay with that. As you're thinking about that, oh, we do have some comments coming in. Buying in bulk, using the farmer's market or a CSA, that's great. And when I do this presentation on saving money, actually, I have a whole section on food waste. So if that's something that you feel like you're throwing away a lot of food, then you may want to look into ways to reduce waste, and that can help with your food budget also. Someone has a veggie garden, awesome. Buying produce in season, yes, often the cost is going to be less. Checking for the weekly ad. So that's a good point, that sometimes just because something is not in season locally, it may be in season somewhere else, and we're going to get a better price because of it. Think, oranges we don't sell here. Buy on sale, prep multiple meals at a time. Oh, I like that. Doing curbside pickup, so I'm not wandering around the store. That's a good one. Definitely. Someone said check local meat or dairy farms. Yeah, if you have access to that, that's great. Just trying to source your food from multiple different places can really save some money. Any other money saving tips before we wrap up here? And then we will have time for questions and whatnot. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just cover my last slide here. Just leaving you with a few thoughts. Simplify your options, so it doesn't have to be a complicated, 5-course meal that you're spending hours in the kitchen to put together a satisfying lunch or dinner, really. Focusing on foods that you enjoy will increase your satisfaction, so you're not searching for something a couple hours after you've eaten because you really just didn't like what you had when you're able to. Keeping items on hand that you do know that you would use in these examples, or maybe for snacks, can be helpful, so that you always have some different options, a variety of options. And lastly, being flexible. If you only have time and you've only prepared one food group or whatever, and that's what you have, that's okay. There's no reason to feel guilty that you're not living up to some ideal out there. So enjoy, be flexible, and thank you for your time today and your comments. And I believe we have some time for any questions or additional comments. Any other quick meal ideas or things that you like to have during your busy work day? All right, well, I'm going to stop sharing as well. And just seeing if there was anything else that you wanted to share.
Holly,
Yes.
there's one message from Elizabeth Belcher that's great, actually. It's a question.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that come through. All right. So the question is, we have many students who don't eat breakfast and fast food or Lunchables for lunch. Any ideas for recipes or send home information? So I think that some of the ideas that I shared today, and then I will send a handout that has even more lunch ideas. We also have a breakfast one that is like quick breakfast on the go. I can share that as well. And it's some of it is kind of similar to the Lunchables, I think, because Lunchables, has little pockets for all the 3 different foods. And that's kind of the way that I try to think of setting things up, is just pulling together different foods that would constitute a meal. So you're welcome to share those handouts that I'm going to send out. And hopefully maybe some of those, and just suggesting the flexibility. I would say that even though it might say spinach, if your kid's not going to eat spinach, well, then don't put spinach, in the wrap. So, and having, maybe having the student participate in planning and what they're going to have and choose. Any other questions? Is there a way that school lunches can be improved for nutrient-dense ingredients? I'm assuming you're talking about the hot lunch that is provided.
Yes, and in general, sometimes I find going through that line with our students, there could be some improvements in yeah, in nutrients.
I'm going to say that's out of my realm. I don't work with the school lunches. So I don't know if anyone else on the PHS team has any comments on that.
Yeah, so a quick comment on that, Heidi. So with our partnership with United Dairy Industry of Michigan, they actually help support our schools by doing lunchroom and food service consultations and assessments. And so if that's something you think would be of benefit, and then that way that external consultant can kind of share best practices, maybe some updates, because we know with like the school breakfast, school lunch program, there are those guidelines, but foods can be purchased and used that just meet the guidelines, but we could definitely find some more nutrient dense options. And so if that's something you'd be interested in, we can definitely get you guys connected if Grace or myself haven't made that introduction yet.
Great. Thank you, Melissa.
Of course.
Any other thoughts? Well, I appreciate your time today to attend and listen, and I hope you enjoy the additional ideas that I'll send out as well.
Wonderful. Thanks so much again, Holly. And yes, there will be opportunity again in the evaluation that everybody will get at the end of the event today, and sent out an email if you have any feedback for Holly or any of the speakers. We're always happy to hear feedback. And let's see. Oh, and thank you, Nate. So Nate just posted it in the chat box. If you'd like to visit the M Healthy website or anything else for nutrition specifically, we have all that linked on our PHS website if you wanted to take a look there. And again, and that's something, if lunch prepping or just figuring out how to navigate eating throughout the school day, sounds like it'd be a really great conversation and opportunity for your staff. Remember, we do have that funding for staff wellness initiatives for our schools. And so if that is something, then, whether we work with you, we can, reach out to Holly or somebody else on the M Healthy team to help put together something for your staff. Just know that that's an option as well. Okay, well, we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule, which is fine. And so we're going to go ahead and head to our lunch break. And so giving everybody an opportunity to stretch your legs, maybe use some of the ideas that Holly gave you for lunch. And we will come back for our afternoon presentations. And those will get started at, I should have our, so we'll come back, have a wellness break with Colleen again, because we can't get enough of Colleen's wellness breaks. And then our first speaker of the afternoon will be Dr. Miller, and she will start promptly at 1 o'clock. So we'll come back at 12:50 for, again, a wellness break, just to make sure that we're all ready to go for our afternoon of speakers. And then we will transition to our next speaker, which will be Dr. Katie Miller. So thanks so much, everybody, for a wonderful morning of presentations. We'll send you off for lunch and see everybody back at 12:50.
Okay, I can see a lot of our folks are back, so I think I'll probably go ahead and start now. Hopefully you all got a chance to get up and move a little bit during the lunchtime, whether you, I don't know, jumped up and down, danced to a good song in your room, or walked around the block, whatever it is. I'm going to show you a couple of stretches that we like to say are sort of office or desk stretches. There are sometimes that we can't always get up and move around and do things like that. So I'd like to have you do a couple of things that you can do even while seated. Now, you could do some of these standing, and that's great. And if you want to do that, great. I'm just going to show them to you seated. So for example, I even use these a lot when I'm going on a plane ride or a long car ride and I'm not driving. I use these ones a lot. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on our abductor. So I'm going to tilt this down. So I think hopefully you can see we're going to put one ankle over the other knee. We're going to protect that ankle. We're going to lean the chest down and gently push up underneath the ankle. You're going to feel this here. This is our abductor. Yeah. So just lean into it a little bit. We only go to the point of discomfort, never to the point of pain. Oh, breathe into it, relax. Hopefully you're feeling that. It's an area that tightens up a lot when we're not as active as we'd like to be. Okay, let's come on back up. And of course, we do the other side now. One hand under, leaning down into it. And again, we're pushing with the chest, not ducking the head, okay? Relax into it. Breathe. Good. Okay, great. And this also has to do with what we discussed earlier in terms of being present and being in the moment. It's a lot of mind-body awareness, super important. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, our hands are going to be like this, out to the side, and we're going to pull back. This is going to open up your pecs. It's an area that tightens up a lot because we work with our hands in front of us, right? So again, just to that point of discomfort, relax into it. Feel that nice, easy stretch. Okay, we're going to bring the hands forward. Now let's put the thumbs down, pull back and slightly up maybe. You're going to feel this in your biceps. Breathe. Okay, go ahead, relax. We're going to do our deltoids or shoulders. Bring one arm across and look that way. So if your right arm is across your body, look right. If your left arm is across your body, look left. We're going to do both, so it doesn't matter which one you're doing right now. But notice you're going to feel that in the deltoid or shoulder area. Another area we don't really stretch as much as we could. Okay, let's go ahead and switch. Let's go to the other side. Again, if your right arm is across, look right. If your left arm is across, look left. And keep breathing through it. Okay, relax. Let's take one hand, palm down on your chair and sit on it. Okay. Now we're going to gently push the other ear to the opposite shoulder. So I'm sitting on my right hand and pushing my left ear to my left shoulder very gently. Going to feel a stretch in that side of the neck. Very gently. And again, the ear goes towards the shoulder, not the shoulder up towards the ear. Good. And come on back up. Let's go other hand, palm down, sitting on it. And of course, the other way. And as we do these things from side to side, start to notice a little bit, oh, that one side is a little bit tighter than the other, or it's a little more challenging. A lot of that may have to do with your posture throughout the day. So it's something to start to notice, that mind-body awareness. Okay, back up. Again, first hand, palm down, sitting on it. Now, this is the palm I'm sitting on. I'm going to turn my chin at a 45-degree angle away. And now I'm coming down. So instead of feeling this in the exact side of your neck, you're going to feel it a little bit more in the back. And again, as always, exhale into it. Just relax, breathe. Okay, and head up. Other hand, palm down, sitting on it. So I'm sitting on this one. My chin's going to go this way. And come on down. And I continue to say breathing because what does happen is people tend to hold their breath when they stretch. So I just like to remind folks to breathe into it and not to hold their breath. Okay, and head up. Just a couple of things with the forearms and hands that we often don't pay attention to. So let's take our arms straight out very gently. So we're going to put our opposite hand just about where the fingers meet the palm, and we're going to gently press down, very gently. Okay, breathe. And do notice I'm not locking my elbow. So we never lock joints out. We're not trying to do that. Okay, flip it over. Same kind of thing. Very gently press down. Good. Okay, of course, other arm. And again, notice, are there differences? Was one side tighter than the other, or is one far more flexible? And that might have to do with your everyday activities, your posture, things like that. So that's one of the great things about exercise. It helps bring you into the moment, and you can check your mind-body awareness. Go ahead and flip. Breathe. Okay. Fingers here. Let's bring them way out and tighten. And then relax. And tighten. And relax. And tighten. And relax. I always call that my Harry Potter stretch, as if I'm going to cast a spell. It's not, but we'll call it that. Last thing I'm going to do is just have you bring your shoulder blades back and down. Drop your chin straight down to your chest. Take an inhale and then exhale audibly and breathe out your stress and tension. And head up. So hopefully that helped a little bit in getting you a little bit in touch with the mind-body awareness. and bringing you back into the moment because we've got a great afternoon here for you. And I get to introduce our first speaker of the afternoon. Catherine Miller, MD, is an assistant professor of pediatrics at the University of Michigan in the Adolescent Medicine Division. Her previous faculty appointment was at Stanford University, where she worked in the teen and young adult clinic and in the comprehensive eating disorders program, caring for patients both in the outpatient and hospital programs. Dr. Miller has over 10 years of experience helping adolescents and young adults recover from eating disorders and in caring for adolescents dealing with chronic health issues. Her other interests include reproductive health, sports medicine, parent-teen communication, the impact of stress on health, and medical education. Dr. Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was probably, I need to update my little blurb because now I've got over 20 years of experience. I am older. Let me share my screen here and get us going. Okay, how is this looking to everybody? You've got a normal looking screen there. Okay, well, good. And good afternoon to you all. That was a really nice stretching way to lead into my talk. Thank you for that. Like settle down from my morning clinic and now I can be very centered with you. And I will try to wake you up. I don't know if you get the post-lunch drowsies, but I'm going to be sharing news with you today about caffeine and teens. And I am a physician here at University of Michigan, and I see all teens all the time because I'm an adolescent medicine specialist. So I take care of teens in our clinic and in the hospital, and I teach medical students and residents and fellows all I know about teen health. And the topic of caffeine comes up a lot in teen visits. I encounter some pretty interesting situations, sometimes dangerous, related to caffeine use in my patients. And this topic also comes up in my own home because I have one son in middle school and one son in high school. So I am really excited to talk to you all, you that are involved in middle school education, about this topic. So caffeine has been in the headlines recently. So I think this is really a perfect time to make sure you've got the facts you need to keep your family and your students safe. And if I do my job well, in the next 30 minutes, you will, one, be familiar with teen caffeine use trends, the amount of caffeine in common sources, and the recommended doses, to understand really how our bodies process caffeine and potential health benefits. And three, recognize problematic caffeine intake, caffeine toxicity in students. And four, be able to provide students some basic recommendations for safer caffeine use. So let's get started. We will start with teen use trends and doses of common sources. And I will say, if there's things that pop up in the chat, somebody just let me know because I can't do all the things at the same time. So, but I'm happy to answer questions as we go. I will throw out a few key questions and answers here that highlight some of the factors in caffeine use. So, how many US adolescents, 12 to 17 years old, report being tired most days or every day? I think that's an important question. The answer is 11% if we're looking nationally. And how many kids and teens, well, actually, no, change that. How many middle schoolers are getting less sleep than recommended? That answer is 6 out of 10 of our middle schoolers are not getting enough sleep on school nights. And really by enough, I mean at least 9 hours. How many kids and teens have caffeine regularly? This is more than 75% with the most common source being soda, followed by coffee and tea, and then energy drinks. And the last question here, which adolescent subpopulations have the highest caffeine consumption? So really, first place in caffeine use goes to adolescent males and adolescents with psychiatric disorders. So I will hit on some really practical information here, which is the amount of caffeine in common sources, because really, unless you know this, you can't follow the recommendations. So for soda, of course, some sodas do not contain caffeine, but for the caffeinated variety, you'll find on average about 40 milligrams of caffeine per 12-ounce can. Then if we move to coffee, this is somewhere between 80 and 120 milligrams of caffeine in an 8-ounce cup. So pay attention to like what the serving size is here. For tea, black tea is about 40 milligrams in an 8-ounce cup, while green tea is about 30. Herbal teas typically don't have any. And then energy drinks. The answer is who the heck knows? They are not FDA regulated. They're categorized as a dietary supplement, not food. And so we'll overall estimate like 120 milligrams upward for energy drinks. So for a quick recap, average amount of caffeine in these sources, because I really want this to stick in your brains, 40 milligrams for 12 ounces of soda, 100 milligrams for an 8-ounce cup of coffee, 40 milligrams for 8 ounces of tea, and energy drinks, big black box, but at least 120 milligrams and above. Okay, and here's another important point. Here's the daily caffeine dose recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics. So for kids younger than 12, your 6th graders, no regular caffeine use is recommended. For those 12 to 18, 7th graders and above, keeping caffeine to 100 milligrams or less, so about a cup of coffee or a couple of sodas. And also the AAP advises teens to skip the energy drinks. So what about adults? I don't want to leave us out, even though I'm not focused on us with this talk. The FDA recommends a daily caffeine limit for adults of 400 milligrams per day or less, and 200 milligrams per day if people are pregnant. One reason being that during pregnancy, it takes about twice as long for the liver to clear the caffeine. So here's your soda quiz, quick quiz. Which one of these sodas do you think has the highest caffeine content? Is it Coke, Mountain Dew, Diet Coke, Vernors, Pepsi Zero Sugar, Dr. Pepper? Any brave souls want to venture a guess? Okay, I'm going to actually look at the chat right now. Ooh, I've got B's. Yep. Couple people thinking maybe Mountain Dew. Okay. It is, let's see, I just like messed up my thing. It's actually Pepsi Zero Sugar. So, by a lot, actually. So here's the big reveal. For Coke, we've got about 34 milligrams. Mountain Dew, which is one of the highest at 54 milligrams. And actually, Diet Mountain Dew has around 65 milligrams. Vernors, no caffeine. Pepsi Zero Sugar has the very upper limit that the FDA allows in 12 ounces of soda, like 70 milligrams is the FDA limit. So they're just squeaking by there at 69. And regular Pepsi 38 milligrams, so about the same as Coke. Dr. Pepper 41 milligrams. So a good rule of thumb is that diet and sugar-free versions have more caffeine, which honestly I didn't realize until I was putting together this talk. So glad I am giving us all this news. And quiz on energy drinks now. Which of these energy drink beverages has the lowest caffeine content? And this is really presented in the ounce size of the usual cans or bottles. So is it Prime Energy, 5 Hour Energy, Celsius, Monster Energy, or Red Bull? Okay, let's see what people are saying. Maybe E. Okay, good deal. You guys are on to it. It is Red Bull. So that is the lowest. Here's the reveal on dosages. So Red Bull comes in at 80 milligrams in its little 8-ounce can. And so that's about equivalent to a cup of coffee. While Prime Energy, 5 Hour Energy, which is only 2 ounces, and Celsius are all 200 milligrams, and Monster is not far behind at 160 milligrams in its typical 16-ounce bottle. And my 12-year-old son wants you to know that Prime Energy should not be confused, but easily is because the bottles and cans look very similar, with Prime Hydration, which has 0 caffeine. And I'm sure as folks who are in middle schools, you see plenty of these Prime bottles, because I think it was very well marketed to 11 and 12-year-old boys. And let's see, the other point here that I want to make is if you reach for a Celsius heat instead of a Celsius, you'll get a huge 300 milligram dose of caffeine in 12 ounces. So, all right. On to our second of 4 objectives. So looking at the action of caffeine, how our bodies process it, and potential health benefits. We'll start with what is caffeine? And so for you fellow science nerds out there, here is the chemical structure. And caffeine is a chemical stimulant. It's found in many natural plant sources. So like over 60 plus plants in the world have caffeine. We are probably most familiar with coffee beans and tea leaves and coca beans and guarana berries and yerba mate leaves. And caffeine can also be made synthetically in the lab and added to drinks and food and tablets and supplements. Here's some key information about really the actions of this chemical. So let's start with absorption. As you guys probably already know from drinking caffeine, the absorption is rapid. So usually people feel the effects of caffeine in minutes. The blood levels generally peak within 15 to 120 minutes. That's a big range, but it really depends on what else is in your stomach. On an empty stomach, caffeine is very speedily absorbed, and it's slowed down by food and fiber. And then in the body, caffeine is both water and lipid soluble. It easily crosses the blood-brain barrier, goes to all the body fluids, so blood, saliva, spinal fluid. It crosses the placenta. And processing is in the liver. It's by an enzyme that also processes many medications. And clearance varies widely, just like that absorption time, but clearance is typically complete within 6 to 10 hours. So let's hone in on the processing part for a minute here. I could really geek out about this for a while, but I will keep it succinct. We all know people who can drink coffee after dinner, sleep fine, and we also know people who drink 8 ounces of coffee in the morning and are running to the bathroom all day. So why is this? There is a lot of variation from person to person in terms of sensitivity to a given amount of caffeine. And mostly this has to do with the variation of speed of liver processing. So how quickly somebody is metabolizing caffeine. And some of that liver processing speed is based on your genetics. Some is based on other factors that can impact liver functioning, like health conditions or medications and other substances. So, for example, during pregnancy, as I mentioned, caffeine is processed and cleared way more slowly. Like instead of taking 8 hours to clear, can take 16 plus hours to clear caffeine from the system. Similarly, taking birth control pills will slow down the clearance of caffeine. And on the other hand, nicotine significantly increases the processing and clearance of caffeine. Also, since the same enzyme that processes caffeine processes a lot of medications, including mood medications, caffeine can impact the effectiveness and the side effects of these medications. So here's the good news. There definitely are benefits to caffeine, as you might guess, since 75% of teens and 85% of adults are using it. Caffeine helps people feel less tired, more alert, can help to alleviate headaches, and can increase endurance in physical activity. And other health benefits depend on the source of your caffeine. So plant sources like coffee and tea are rich in polyphenols, which are powerful anti-inflammatory and antioxidant agents. So there are studies showing that regular coffee drinkers have a reduction in cardiovascular disease, actually all-cause mortality, Parkinson's disease, reduced risk of developing type 2 diabetes, and decreased risk of both acute and chronic kidney disease. So, lest we go skipping off into the sunset with 3 cups of coffee and a matcha latte, there are some downsides to discuss. And because our third objective is to have you recognize problematic caffeine intake and caffeine toxicity in students, I will share some cautionary tales. So, negative impacts to look out for with caffeine: anxiety, shakiness, insomnia, rapid heart rate or abnormal heart rhythms, transient increases in blood pressure, nausea and vomiting, abdominal pain and diarrhea, increased urination, and dehydration can all be pretty common side effects. And I think other considerations, parents and doctors really used to say, I heard this growing up, that kids and teens shouldn't have caffeine because it will stunt your growth. But actually, really, as long as caffeine intake isn't causing long-term sleep deprivation, growth really shouldn't be impacted. It is true that growth hormone is released by the brain during deep sleep in teens. And so adequate sleep is very important for bone formation and height growth. But caffeine use sticking to recommended doses is unlikely to impact growth. But teens are in an important stage of developing health habits that sometimes stick for a lifetime. And so a concern that I have for teens regarding caffeine use is getting stuck in an unhealthy pattern of using caffeine, sometimes in escalating doses, to artificially stimulate their alertness instead of developing the habits that will truly give more energy and alertness. So regular nutrition, sufficient sleep, physical activity. Also, regular caffeine use can lead to increased tolerance, with people needing higher doses to give the same boost in alertness. And for people who use caffeine regularly, stopping use can lead to withdrawal symptoms like headaches and fatigue, difficulty concentrating, and negative mood impacts. The majority of research on caffeine dependence involves only adults. So we don't have much information about whether teens are more prone to tolerance or withdrawal symptoms than adults. For some substances like nicotine, for teens compared to adults, lower doses and less frequent doses can lead to addiction, but we don't know if that's the case with caffeine. So For caffeine to avoid physical dependence, it's best to avoid routine caffeine use, sticking to once in a while use. And if teens are trying to cut down because they are using regularly, to do that decrease slowly to help them avoid the withdrawal symptoms. And big doses of caffeine, so for teens, that usually means more than 400 milligrams in a short period of time, are most likely to be toxic. So the most dangerous effects are really the abnormal heart rhythms, profound dehydration due to vomiting, and neurological toxicity, even with hallucinations, potentially seizures. So toxic levels of caffeine can result in death, which is rare, but devastating because it's preventable. And I'll share some examples from news headlines and my patients in the last few years. And these are examples of adolescents and young adults with toxic impacts from caffeine. So you have probably read about the recent news in October, headlines about the death of a 21-year-old college student after ingesting a charged lemonade from Panera. That was a big dose of caffeine, around 400 milligrams. And this was a young person with a heart condition, prolonged QT syndrome, which puts her at higher risk for dangerous heart rhythms, and she died. Also in the news was a South Carolina teenager who was 16, had no known medical conditions, and he collapsed and died at school in 2017 after drinking a cafe latte, a large diet Mountain Dew, and an energy drink in 2 hours. And then some examples from my own clinic. I had a 14-year-old who came in for a first visit and was drinking 40 espresso shots daily, which was part of her eating disorder. Her heart rate was extremely elevated and irregular. Poison control was shocked when we contacted poison control about this, but we did hospitalize her, especially for that withdrawal phase, and just followed all the poison control recommendations. We also, in the last year, had a 15-year-old who had had a COVID infection, was better, but had continuing fatigue and was really behind in school and was trying to study for finals, drank 2 5-hour energy shots, had intense nausea, started vomiting violently. Mom found her several hours later in her room, very out of it, obtunded, and was in hypotensive shock due to dehydration. She required intubation and pediatric ICU care here for a couple of days. And then finally, a 17-year-old high school athlete of mine who would routinely take caffeine prior to weightlifting and hockey practices and games. He ended up needing hospitalization for agitation and hallucinations after drinking an energy drink, a soda, and a 5-hour energy drink over a couple of hours. So, time for a rapid recap of the most important highlights here. So, recap, objective 1, be familiar with teen caffeine use trends, the amount of caffeine in common sources and recommended doses. Remember that more than 75% of teens are consuming caffeine, and soda is the most common source. On average, think about doses in our normal sources as 40 milligrams in 12 ounces of soda, 100 milligrams in 8 ounces of coffee, 40 milligrams in 8 ounces of tea, and who knows in energy drinks, but probably more than 120 milligrams per 12 ounces. And American Academy of Pediatrics recommends no caffeine regularly for kids under 12, 100 milligrams or less for 12 to 18-year-olds, and no energy drinks. And in understanding how our bodies process caffeine, potential health benefits, it's all about the liver. in terms of processing, and different health conditions and medications can impact caffeine processing and clearance. Benefits you remember are increased in alertness, feeling less tired, some help in alleviating headaches, and some benefits to speed and endurance with exercise. And then recognizing problematic caffeine intake, caffeine toxicity in students. These can be worrisome or occasionally with doses above 400 milligrams, potentially life-threatening, anxiety, abnormal heart rhythms, insomnia, abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, hallucinations, dehydration are the big things we're worried about. And then for number 4, being able to provide students basic recommendations for safer caffeine use, we will close with this 4th objective, recommendations for safer use in teens. Here are some solid tips you can give teens regarding caffeine use. So sticking to recommended daily limits, 100 milligrams for 12 to 18-year-olds, stopping caffeine consumption after 2 p.m. so as not to interfere with sleep, having smaller doses, spread out the doses, go for coffee or tea sources preferably so that you get some anti-inflammatory, antioxidant health benefits. Avoid energy drinks, shots, tablets. These are a higher risk of potentially toxic doses. And if tiredness is an issue, look for underlying reasons and address these instead of covering up the problem with caffeine. So here are my sources when not noted on the slides previously, and we should have the last 5 minutes or so for any questions or comments or concerns. Pre-workout. Okay, so there's a question in the chat about pre-workout. Would pre-workout fall in the same caffeine range as energy drinks? I don't know what is pre-workout a certain brand of a sports supplement?
So pre-workout, people usually take it before they work out. And so there's typically like either like a powder that they mix with water. Sometimes it's in a liquid. So
is the brand called pre-workout though?
Nope.
Like
so there's just multiple brands. So there's,
yes.
a lot of different brands. So yeah,
there's a lot of different brands. Okay. I just didn't know if that was a name that I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably would be considered an energy drink if you have a beverage or powder supplement that's got caffeine in it. And I think the hard thing, like, let's look at this 5-hour energy label. And often what I'll do when I hear from athletes that are using a particular supplement, we'll pull it up and we'll look at the label together. So I think the thing that kind of wigs me out about this 5-hour energy label is like pretty much if you're impatient and just breezing through it, you don't even really see the caffeine amount. You see like, oh, it's got all these vitamins. This is good for me. It's got lots of vitamins in it. And I mean, one thing I would point out to my patients is like, if something has 20,000 times the recommended daily allowance, that's not a good thing. So we don't need 20,000 times the vitamin B12 level in like a 2-ounce shot. No, you don't. But also you have to kind of look under the energy blend area, which is a little confusing and gives you these, other things like amino acids. And then in there it says caffeine 200 milligrams, right? So it's a little bit hard to see, but in general, from the kind of pre-workout marketed energy supplements, it does tend to be somewhere between like 150 to like maybe even 300 milligrams of caffeine. And it's not an uncommon thing. I mean, lots of, especially high school and college athletes are using caffeine prior to a workout. And they're often using it in these forms that are really concentrated forms of caffeine. So they've got to make sure they're looking at how much caffeine is this, and figure that out in their daily allowance and figure out when they're timing this and could it be interfering with sleep. So yeah, thanks for that question. Any other thoughts or observations that you guys have from being in the schools? It's interesting because I think at least I'm hearing from my kids and from their friends, people really saw that Panera, like those headlines, and so they're talking about it. So both my middle schooler and high schooler, I overheard them talking about it. And the high schooler was kind of like, yeah, but that was like a big gulp size of like lemonade. Why was somebody even drinking that much? And I was like, oh yeah, because like teens never drink big gulp sizes of anything. Like that was like the size of the cup there to like fill up your lemonade. So yeah, it was like 30 ounces of charged lemonade had about 400 milligrams of caffeine in it. But yeah, if that's the size of the cup there and you're serving yourself some lemonade, might make sense that you're drinking more than you intended to. Well, thank you very much, you guys. Hopefully some of this sticks in your brain and is useful both for you and for kids around you.
Great. Thank you so much, Katie. And again, any follow-up questions, we'll make sure to get those over to her. Katie, we will have a post event evaluation and we'll make sure to send over any comments to you when we get that. But we'll be in touch too. I know Dr. Mill and I have talked about, looking at other resources that we can create for our school so that you all have this information more readily available. So stay tuned for that. But thank you again, Dr. Miller, for joining us, and we will hopefully be in touch soon.
All right. Sounds good. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, everybody. It looks like awesome. All right. Well, then we are last but surely not least coming up on our last presentation. And so I have the great privilege of introducing our next two speakers. So Danielle Droz and Amber Hubble. And so they will be here presenting on the Michigan Model for Health. I'm super excited for their presentation this afternoon. So I will give their introductions and their bios, and then Amber and Danielle, we will pass over the virtual mic to you for your presentation. So Danielle Droz is the Regional School Health Coordinator servicing Washtenaw and Livingston counties. She's a licensed social worker and has 7 years of experience providing professional learning to educators on topics including facilitation, skill building, trauma responsive practices, healthy relationships, preventing and responding to community harm, and inclusive health education. And Amber has her EDD and is the state coordinator for school health education with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. She has comprehensive health experiences with higher education instruction, health professional training, curriculum development, instructional design, program evaluation, and data illustration. So Danielle and Amber, whenever you both are ready, you should be able to share your screens, and we will hand the mic over to you for your presentation this afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much. I can share my screen. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for having us. If you have a moment and you have a phone with a QR code, we love just to get a sense of who was in the room with us today after the session. It would be lovely, or I'm not sure, Melissa, if you have that information, it would be easier for you to send it to us. We did just have a way to capture who was in the space with us today, so we can keep that in mind moving forward as we work with Project Healthy Schools. And so I appreciate the introduction, but I will say again, my name is Danielle Droz. I am the Regional School Health Coordinator. I support Washtenaw and Livingston counties, and I'm based out of the Washtenaw Intermediate School District. And that's my email up on the screen in case you ever want to chat after this session. And I'll let Amber introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amber Hubble. I'm the state coordinator, and Danielle does the in-classroom work, and anything above our regional coordinators, you can contact me. Otherwise, we work in all sorts of ways. So always feel free to reach out. Thanks for having us today.
And we just thought we would start with a little inclusion activity called Like Me, to build some connection across all of y'all who are in the room today, but also to give us a sense of who we are sharing the space with. And so Like Me goes like this. We'll have everyone start with their cameras off. It looked like most folks had their cameras off when we started. I'm going to read a series of statements. And if that statement applies to you, you'll just turn your camera on, give your other friends who have their camera on a little wave, and we'll connect. And then you can turn your camera back off until we get through the series of statements. So I'll actually stop sharing my screen just for a moment because it's easier for us to all like see one another and connect this way. So I'll start reading a series of statements. If it applies to you, pop that camera on, say hello, and then you can turn it off. What questions do you have before we begin? Okay, I'm gonna rock and roll then. So turn your camera on if you are an elementary school teacher. Hello, elementary school teachers. Hello, hello. Turn your camera on if you are a middle school teacher. Oh, some of our elementary teachers are also back. Amazing, hello. Turn that camera on if you are a high school educator. There we go. There's some high school folks. Hello. Turn that camera on if you are not a teacher. Hello. I'd be curious to know if you feel comfortable sharing what your role is in the chat. Feel free to do that. Go ahead and turn that camera on if you have taught social emotional learning before. Okay, awesome. Lots of experience on the call. That's great. Go ahead and turn your camera on if teaching social emotional learning is totally new to you. Okay, and hopefully the session will support with that. And lastly, turn your camera on if you think healthy students are better learners. Yeah, this is a trick question to get everyone to turn their cameras on for a brief moment and say hi to us. Yes, we know that healthy students are better learners, and one very important component of health and wellness is social emotional learning, which will be what Amber and I are sort of digging into today with y'all. So again, thanks so much for having us. We're so happy to be here. I'll let Amber sort of let you know where we're going today.
And Danielle, if you could be my slide clicker, I would appreciate that.
I sure
Perfect. So thanks for participating, everyone. As Danielle said, we're going to start first with really an overview of social emotional learning. Happy to hear or see that most of you, this is not a new concept. So that will give some hopefully strong foundation or a little bit of background knowledge as we cover social emotional overview and what it is and why. Magic wand. So these are walkout widths known as our wows here. So hopefully at the end of the session, you'll be able to articulate social emotional learning is to you, your students, your school, and really why it's important for everyone. Understand your own strengths and growth areas with respect to this content, as well as identifying at least 2 strategies you can use to really foster and nurture social emotional skills in the classroom with your students, your staff, and anyone who's really in your professional sphere. Okay, so that's the start of it, and we'll dig in with really what CASEL is and where we get this foundation for social emotional learning. So Hopefully, maybe not. You've heard of CASTLE. That's an acronym for Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. This is, I would say, the gold standard for our social emotional learning curricula and practices in the sphere of education, public health, really nurturing this. I'll let you read their definition for you in the box there, but really 3 things I wanted to point out, 3 words, is that it is the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude. So KSAs there, and it is more so than just acquiring, but it's applying. So those are kind of the 2 big things that I want you to think of when we talk about social emotional learning. It's not just just kind of a dump the content, right? When we look at CASTLE and we look at the competencies, it's okay, the students have the content, and now let's give them a space for application. And this is sometimes where we can see that it might be difficult to have students engage, and or in your lesson planning or kind of looking at it, it's easy to have a lecture, right? To sit down and make a slide deck, but how do you get the students to have that confidence and the ability to actually perform when they have these situations in front of them? So really looking again at the ability of application here. For you that have seen CASTLE before, you have probably seen this. This is the social and emotional learning competencies that CASTLE has really at the foundation of any curricula that they view as kind of up to their standards. When we look at it, it's important to know the 5 different rings. So if you are looking for a curricula that is going to be considered foundationally comprehensive, it's going to have all of these areas: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness. And obviously, when we talk about social emotional learning, Danielle asked you all, healthy students. Think about your classroom environment. Think about how even when you come to work on a day and, maybe one of these has been impacted, how it's just difficult to get through the day. And we know that this is the same struggle that students have in the classroom when they have so many other things that they bring into the classroom, that we want to make sure social emotional learning gets them in a spot where they're ready to learn and really works at their skills so that they can be those students in the classroom that are ready. If you could please, in the chat, you can think about your students. For those of you that don't work with students, you can think about your colleagues. You can think about those in your family and personal spheres. Each one might have a different answer. But if you could, in the chat, look at these competency areas and think about where is the most growth opportunity for those that you work with or your target population here. All right, I'm just gonna kind of popcorn some of these out, but I'm seeing responsible decision-making, self-management, relationship skills. I love that you all are picking different areas. Again, it highlights the importance of how all of these work together, as well as how one impacts another, right? Self-management, yes. And when we think of self-management, sometimes it's hard to think of in the context of social emotional learning, but when we talk about healthy students, we can talk about self-management even in terms of asthma care, right? Or individuals who might have diabetes, right? Making sure that they know their regimens, they know the routines, and they have, again, those skills to advocate for themselves and to have compliance in whatever their medical needs might be. Relationship skills, yes. And something to think about too, we know that some of these are impacted by social spheres, right? The culture that we live in. So also something to think about as you work with different age students and or different age populations, how the current atmosphere, current environment, thinking of those relationship skills, self-awareness, social awareness, just what currently is impacting all of these different areas. Okay, now on the opposite side, where are you seeing strengths? I think for me, when I think of my time with students and teachers, social awareness was the first one that popped in my mind too. Whether that be good or bad, right? But yeah, seeing a lot of social awareness, seeing relationship skills too. And again, very much these could be age dependent, right? Your elementary students, relationship skills look a little different when they do at the secondary level. And when we talk about a comprehensive nature of teaching to the holistic components of the students, it is looking at relationship skills in all aspects, right? Self-awareness in all aspects and age groups. Excellent. Hey, this is one where I love when you have an audience that you don't have to kind of plead with them, understand the benefits of social emotional learning. So that always feels good. And I feel like in this space that a lot of you acknowledge that healthy students are better learners, and benefits of social emotional learning. Really that improved academic achievement. So you can look at that wheel and you can see how all those come together, and how when a student has the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude, confidence to do social emotional learning competencies, they're ready for the classroom. Student well-being, decreases bullying, increases school safety, saves money. This is an interesting one. Castle has a $1 investment earns you $11 in return. So essentially for every dollar that is pumped into professional development and or student social emotional learning, you're saving $11, whether that be disciplinary actions, community interventions, time, all those things. So 1 to 11, which is a pretty large number. And of course, benefits to adults who teach social emotional learning. This is an area that I think we have had progress in realizing, right? Self-care, things like that. And so just acknowledging to your students that they can come to the classroom some days not ready. It's also a good reminder that we're not always ready for the day too, and how we can kind of get ourselves there with this comprehensive social emotional learning.
Okay, so we're going to deep dive into some of these competencies, and we're going to do that through a reflection on our own sort of assessment of our SEL skills as adults. And I think this is really important. We do this because we know that adults who have strong SEL skills are going to be more able to model SEL skills for students, regulate themselves, which helps regulate their students, teach these skills, and support students in honing these skills for themselves. So I think it can be really easy to be like, all right, we'll give you everything you need to know about what SEL skills can look like in youth and in curriculum, but we really wanted to use our hour with you all today to start reflecting on our own SEL skills, so that we as educators and adults who are in front of students and setting up environments for students can really be living, breathing, walking SEL, because we know that that will also support students in learning and adopting these SEL skills. We'll use some tools to reflect that will hopefully be tangible tools you can take back in your toolkit to foster some SEL work in your classrooms or your buildings with your students, with your staff, because this is a lifelong skill for everyone. And so that's the approach we wanted to take for today. We are using a tool from Castle called the Guide to School-Wide SEL. So you'll see different excerpts on the upcoming slides for each of the different SEL competencies and the different skill sets. It's like a rating rubric. And so I just want to name that the purpose of this tool is for self-reflection. It is not meant to be a rubric to evaluate staff or students with. This is a tool for us to reflect on our own skills as individuals. And I'll make sure to send this to Melissa afterwards so that she can share it out with folks who attended the session today. Okay, so the first competency that we'll chat about here, self-awareness. So you can see the different skill sets that fall under self-awareness. We're really thinking about how aware are we of our own emotions, of our own identity? What do we know about ourselves and our strengths and limitations? Do we have a growth mindset, a sense of purpose? So I'll give you, a few seconds to read some of these skills here. And then I want you to reflect to yourself using a strategy called strength and stretch. So which of these self-awareness skills is your strength skill? So one that either comes really naturally or that you've worked on to the point that it feels really ingrained and embedded in sort of your like day-to-day ways of being. And then which one of these skills is your stretch skill? So one that you're like, that one is the first one to go when I'm under stress, or that's one that I'm still consciously working hard to sort of hone for myself. So you don't need to share this in the chat. This is just for us, solo reflect. You can feel free to write on a scrap piece of paper if you have one. Which of these skills is your strength and which of these is your stretch? I'll give you a few seconds to reflect. Okay. And then after all of these, I wish we had more than 1 hour because we could do a whole day on this, but want to really prompt you all to think about how you might use the strategies that Amber and I modeled today in your classroom, right? So strength and stretch is an example of one strategy. How might you incorporate this into your classroom, your building, your work with peers or students? And then really thinking about what other strategies are you using, because we know you're already doing stuff to foster this in your classroom. So what are the self-awareness strategies that you're sort of using in your classroom to help students build this skill set? And if folks feel comfortable and want to share tools and tips that they're using in the chat, I'm all about that collaborative learning. I know there's a lot of wisdom in the room. And so please feel free, if you're like, I do this and it's working really well with my students, go ahead and pop that in the chat. Okay. We'll move on to self-management. So self-management. So how are we doing with our skills with respect to managing our emotions? What does our motivation and goal setting look like? And how skilled are we at planning and organizing for ourselves so that we can successfully get through the day? And so take a few moments to peruse some of these skills that go to self-management and how you might sort of rate yourself with those skills. And we're going to use a strategy to reflect on self-management called spiral journal. This one's a little bit more intensive than strength and stretch. So spiral journal goes like this. If you have a sheet of paper, it can be a scrap sheet of paper. It does not have to be a whole sheet of paper, and a pen. Go ahead and grab that. You're going to set up your paper by dividing it into quadrants. So you'll just put a T in the center of your paper so that you've got 4 sections on the paper. And then when I say go, you will have 30 seconds to draw a spiral as slowly and tightly as you can in the center of your quadrant. And so this can be helpful for helping the mind sort of settle and refocus. I know we're all coming from a day, we have a day waiting for us. After this session, it's the holiday time of year is starting. There's a lot of things happening in our mind. So I'm going to put 30 seconds on my timer for folks to draw this spiral in the center of their quadrants and sort of let their brain focus into this space. Okay, 30 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Okay, and 30 seconds is up, so you can stop drawing your spiral. What will happen next is in the 4 sections of your quadrant, you will answer these 4 questions, and you can choose which question goes in which quadrant. There's no strong rules about where you write your responses, but you'll just use the 4 sections of your paper to answer the following questions. What is my self-management stretch skill? So which skill do I want to sort of improve upon? And then you're going to write a SMART goal for how you might improve upon that skill. And so as a reminder, the formula for SMART goals is listed here in this quadrant. You'll also think of what are some of the steps that you might need to take to reach this goal, and then what will be your first step. So I'm going to move the screen so that you can see the different self-management skills as well as the prompts for Spiral Journal. And I will put probably closer to 2.5 minutes on the clock just for the sake of time for folks to reflect, and then we'll debrief as a large group. What questions do you have about what we are about to do? Okay, I'm going to put 2.5 minutes on the clock, and happy journaling. I'll call you back when it's time to return. Okay, we are going to wrap up our writing, and I'd love to open it up to the large group. You don't need to share what you wrote in individual quadrants. That is for you. But what are you noticing about yourself and your self-management skills based on your Spiral Journal reflection? If you could get 2 to 3 folks to share what's coming up for them. And that can be in the chat, or you can unmute and chat.
I'm happy to share mine, Danielle.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Amber.
I was focusing on stretching myself and balancing my work life with personal renewal time as well, in light of the holidays and schedules and everyone doing all these things. One of the things I was noticing though is that when I was looking at these for my self-management, I felt like I was better at making sure other people were doing these rather than myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt that that also kind of worked itself into balancing my own renewal time with, whether that be professional time, lifetime, whatever that is. So that was what I looked at. And I think that my SMART goals are really focused on being very specific in time increments, not taking too much time, not saying I want to do an hour spa, because I would love to do that, but being achievable and maybe just a nice 30-minute time in the hot tub.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I think that's like such a common experience, especially as educators. It's our job to like teach folks how to hone these skills in themselves. But so often it's like, oh, well, it's a lot easier to like say the importance of some of these skills rather than always like doing them or making time to focus on honing these skills in ourselves. So I appreciate you sharing that. I know that one really resonates for me as a stretch area as well. Did we get someone to share in the chat? Oh, yes, folks are resonating with that, Amber. Did anyone else want to share something that came up for them as they did the Spiral Journal activity? We can also open it up if you don't want to share specifically about your reflection. How might you use Spiral Journal in your classroom or any other strategies that you are using to foster self-management with students? Space to share some wisdom in the room with the group.
I will share that my daughter is she has cerebral palsy, so doing hand motions is not often one of her abilities. And her teacher uses something very similar where it's easily adapted. So instead of a spiral, right, just a task to focus the students on, playing with the putty or just something that she can kind of mull in her hand. So when we're doing this, that's what I was thinking of, is just the adaptability and how using whatever makes sense for your students to kind of get them to focus in on themselves.
I love that. Thank you. Yes, the beauty of strategies that they can be adapted to meet the needs of our students. Another one that I love for Spiral Journal is those prompts can change, right? If you're having students reflect about anything about their week or their own self-management sort of things, like you can change the prompts for Spiral Journal to help students reflect and set goals in the classroom. We have a note that came in. Sometimes I consider whether our students have had breakfast when they come into class, since this impacts their learning. Oh, yes, that is so real. Students are coming in with whole lives and experiences and environments that we have no control over as educators. And so I think, it's like an important part of like our empathy and understanding that they're coming in with lots of different in a lot of different states and spaces, and that's going to affect how they show up and their ability to learn. Awesome. Thanks, y'all. So this next competency that we'll sort of take a moment to reflect on is responsible decision making. So you can think about responsible decision making as how are we sort of problem solving, perceiving problems in the first place, and then also identifying solutions to those problems and reflecting on the impact that our decisions have had on others or a situation. So take a moment to sort of look at these skills. And I want you to think about a time when you had to use your responsible decision-making skills as an adult. We will not share this scenario, so that's just for you. But what I'd love to hear from the group, either through the chat or unmuting yourself, how does self-awareness and self-management impact responsible decision-making skills? So what's the connection? What's that relationship between self-awareness, self-management, and our responsible decision-making skills? And are there other factors that might come into play when thinking about responsible decision-making?
I love connecting that, Danielle, to what Heidi said in the chat about hunger and, self-awareness, right? If you know that you're hungry, and those Snickers commercials, right? We know when people are hungry, it impacts so many things, right? And just your patience and your processing, all these things. So when you talk about responsible decision making, I think that comment really connects here, where a student could be hungry, maybe they didn't sleep, maybe someone had, maybe there's some form of a situation happening at the house, and it's all impacting this responsible decision making that we talk about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Amber. And you mentioned this in the beginning, that all of these competencies are really connected. And so it's so important that our students have that base of self-management and awareness, because responsible decision-making is very tied to those things. We also have, if someone doesn't manage their emotions, well, yeah, they're not going to be able to make emotionally charged decisions. And in the moment decisions may not always be the best choice. Totally, right? When we're not regulated, we're not always operating from a place of rational thought, because our prefrontal cortex is in that fight or flight space. We're not always able to access that logical, rational thinking if we're not able to sort of identify that something is going on and regulate. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I'd love to hear from folks in the room who are working with kiddos. What strategies are you using to help youth foster responsible decision-making in your classrooms? Can we get one or two strategies? How are you all teaching your students to do this? What systems are in place? Or how would you like to support students in making responsible decisions? How are you weaving that? How might you weave that into your classroom if you're not already?
It definitely opens up a space too for schools that are trying to do non-punitive measures, right? Disciplining for the absence of responsible decision making.
Yeah, that restorative approach of really thinking about, like, why, what happened, and like what went into making that decision, and what might I be able to do differently next time, right? Anytime we're cueing students, right? Maybe we didn't implement something that sort of change the trajectory of a decision, but after something happens, right, how we debrief with students can really make a difference in thinking about, well, what happened, what contributed to it happening that way, what are you thinking about now, what might we do differently moving forward, what do we need to do to make things right, helping them build those connections in their brains. And I think even helping them make those connections to help self-awareness and self-management play a role in that, right? Like what does regulate you? What might help you moving forward to, use some of those skills in these moments where we have to make decisions that might feel hard. Does anyone else have anything they want to share? Okay. Well, we will scooch onward. So relationship skills, this one feels, I think, is the competency that sometimes feels a little bit more intuitive for me personally, but we're really thinking about communication skills here. How are we building trusting relationships and working collaboratively in groups and managing conflict? That's always a fun one. So take a moment to sort of look at these competencies and sort of gauge where you might be falling, which areas you're like, yep, I've got that. And which are the sort of skill sets that you're like, I'm still developing that one. So take a moment. And I want to be mindful of time. So I think this strategy I'll talk you through, and then we'll do the strategy for social awareness. But an activity that you can bring back to your classrooms and do with your students is called drawing together. And so the instructions go like this. Alone, you get 5 symbols that you get to put in whatever combination that you want to answer a question or to answer a prompt. And so these are the 5 symbols that I use when I'm doing this activity. It's a circle, a spiral, a star, a rectangle, and a triangle. And then the symbols stand for something, right? So we give the symbols a meaning. So you can see how I've sort of denoted these symbols on our screen. You can change what these symbols mean. I like to provide a couple of different options so that we're not restricted to just 5 meanings. So you'll see I have 2 to 3 different meanings for each symbol that are close in similarity. So our circle is wholeness or completion, continuation. Our spiral is change or chaos. Our star is people or connections. Our square is structure or foundation. And triangle is a challenge or a goal. So you get to assign some meaning to these shapes, and then you give students a prompt to answer. For the purpose of our session, I was going to have you all reflect on your relationship skills, but you can pick any question, and then students get to draw their answer to this question. They're limited to only using these 5 shapes, but they can use the shapes as many times as they want in any configuration that they want, taking up as much or as little space on a sheet of paper as they want. And you can sort of, as the facilitator, play with these guidelines around this for them, and you'll give them a few minutes to draw and reflect. And then when it's time to come together, you get to put them into groups. And this is, I think, the fun part is that the person who drew doesn't talk first. Their group mates or their partner, depending on what you're using, their partner gets to interpret what they see in the drawing first. So they get to sort of look at the imagery that was created and say, oh, so it looks like you're really feeling like this. These are your thoughts on this question. Trying to sort of take that empathy of the other person and make some inferences based on their drawing. And then after they sort of provide their what they see in the picture, the illustrator gets to share what they were thinking when they drew the picture. And then they switch. So everyone gets practice doing both parts. And this has been a really fun one that I've used with adults too in staff meetings. Gets folks sort of in a different place when we're drawing and having to use maybe a more creative side of our brain. But I've seen students really, really like this one. And then we can look at these relationship skills up here on the screen, and we can, think through what skills does this strategy help promote in students, right? How are we helping them take the perspective of someone else? How are we helping them, maybe say something and get it wrong and have their partner say like, actually, no, that wasn't really what I was going for. This is actually more of what I'm thinking or feeling about this. Giving folks a space just to listen about what's going on for another person, and building some trust and some collaboration through this activity. So I really like this one. Definitely recommend you taking it back to your classrooms and giving it a go and letting us know how it goes. And then, just thinking about like, how might you use this in your classroom? Remember, knowing it can be adapted, those symbols can change, what the symbols mean can change, the question prompt can change. So you're going to want to take this and flip it to make sense for your context. And then I know that y'all are doing stuff to help students foster relationships and relationship skills with one another. Does anyone have any strategies for this that they would like to share? If you ever do like community morning meetings where you go around and you have like a question that students get to like answer and share, right? We're practicing, listening to what's going on in others' lives and leaving space for them to share, and also being vulnerable and sharing some information about ourselves. Like that's a really common classroom practice that absolutely helps build relationship skills. See good things in the chat. All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to keep scooting, but if you have other suggestions, please throw them in the chat. There is wisdom in the room. Oh, having people share one good thing. Love that. Yes. Anything that we do, inclusion activities, optimistic closures that give students place to share with one another, helps them build those relationships with one another. I love that. Okay, and so our last competency that we wanted to sort of just like let you sort of dig into, that social awareness, which I know a lot of you said your students actually were pretty strong in, which is great. So that empathy and compassion, perspective taking, understanding the social context. So I want you to just take a minute. I'll probably give you less than a minute just because of the time crunch that we're on. I'll take 30 seconds to look at the different skills that fall under social awareness, read through them, and I want you to identify the skill that you consider to be the most important, significant with respect to social awareness. So which of these 3, 6, 9 skills are you like, that's the social awareness skill that I want all of my students to have because it is going to set them up for the most success? So pick your one, jot it down. And then I'm wondering, Melissa, do you have the ability to make breakout rooms? I don't know that Amber or I
should be able to.
Okay, I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. And if it's not, we can be flexible and we do not have to do that. Because we were hoping that we could have folks be in small groups. Triads would be nice if possible, but if there's a better or different way to do that, Melissa, you give me a shout. And if we don't need to do breakout rooms, you just also let me know that and we'll adjust. But as you're thinking through that, I'll explain the instructions of the strategy, and then I'll check back in with Melissa to see if it will be possible to swing. But this is called first word, last word. Even if we don't model it here today, please know this is a tool that you can add in your toolkit to do with students. You stick folks in small groups, and then whatever the prompt was or the thing, usually there's like a piece of literature or something to read that we're going to reflect on. And then, so you all, I had you pick, right, the social awareness skill that felt most important to you. Whoever goes first is going to read the thing that they chose from the text. So you're going to read the social awareness skill that you found most significant, but you will not share why you selected it. So you'll just read the thing. So if you're doing this with students and you're having them read an excerpt from a page of a book or something, you'll say, just share the part of the text that stood out to you. And then each group member will then go around and they'll have, 30 seconds to a minute to respond to the piece that the first person pulled out as being important to them. So you'll share what that makes you think about, what questions it raises for you, but there's no crosstalk here, and that's really important. So if I were to say, this is the part of the text that stood out to me, Amber will say what that brings up for her. Melissa will say what that brings up for her. And then it comes back to me and I get a minute to say what I was actually thinking and why I chose it in the first place. And then we take turns. So then Amber would share the part that she highlighted. Melissa and I would react to that. And then Amber would share why it was important to her. And then we would go on and so forth. So you'll repeat this process until everyone gets a chance to go. And so Melissa, I'll check back in with you. Does this feel possible to make space for today?
Yep, absolutely. So Sherry, she is wonderful and has the rooms taken care of. So
Oh,
she already did it. So Sherry's the
thanks.
best.
Thank you so much. That's so kind. So I'm looking at the clock, and I'm thinking I will not give you all 9 minutes. I'm thinking we'll give you more like 6 minutes to be out in groups and chat. So you'll identify someone to go first. You'll share that social awareness skill that you think is most important. Your group mates will respond, and then you'll share why you chose it. And you'll make sure that everyone gets a chance to go. We'll keep this moving swiftly so that we can be back in this room by 2:21-ish, maybe 2:22-ish, depending on the transition times. What questions do you have? Okay, you should be getting an invitation to join a breakout room. Go ahead and join that room. And if you need any support, go ahead and request help. I think there's like an ask for help function, and either Amber or I or Melissa, we can like jump in and support y'all.
Yep. And then what I'm doing really quick is I'm just putting in the CASEL webpage for in case you needed to revisit social awareness as you guys are meeting.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, welcome back, folks. I would have loved to given you like 15 minutes to hang out with your friends, but we're doing a lot in a little bit of time because isn't that the nature of professional learning? But hopefully you got to experience what first word, last word felt like, so that you feel like you could replicate it in your classrooms. And so I'd love to hear from some folks. What was that like for you? How was first word, last word an effective or not an effective strategy for practicing perspective taking? How did it support listening skills? I know it's always feels uncomfortable for me to like listen and not be able to like talk and say like crosstalk with what people are saying. So it's always like a stretch strategy for me. But what was other people's experiences?
It'd be really great if we just had one person share. I know we're getting close to the end of the day, but you can just even put your thoughts in the chat box.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you don't have to come off of me, but one person, that'd be great. There's no right or wrong answer.
Very true. Right. Well, if y'all feel comfortable sharing, I was going to say, here comes one in the chat. Oh, practicing listening skill activities. It was hard not to crosstalk. I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels like they just want to jump in and respond to something that others say all the time and just listening. Yeah, and I think that's so important to remember that as adults, if we struggle to like truly listen, like in these moments when we do these kinds of strategies, it's so helpful to remember that that's like such a skill that our students are also learning as well. And so giving them opportunities in the classroom to really practice that skill, truly listening, just to listen, not to respond, I think can be really helpful. And then as always, thinking about how you might adapt first word, last word in your classroom, right? You don't have to be reflecting on SEL skills to use this strategy. You can be reflecting on any piece of text or any project or anything that the group can like sort of look at and everyone can have their own perspective on. You can use this strategy for. And I'm sure that y'all are also doing stuff to foster social awareness with your students. So if you have any other tips or tricks for how you are supporting that social awareness development in the classroom, go ahead and drop those in the chat so that the group can benefit from that collective wisdom. And then last but certainly not least for Amber and I's time today, we just want to make sure that y'all are aware of and sort of primed about the Michigan Model for Health's social emotional learning curriculum. Because as a part of Project Healthy Schools work, I know that you will be getting sort of access and connected to Michigan Model for Health SEL curriculum. So we want you to understand like why MMH is such a supportive tool that will be readily at your disposal when it comes to teaching SEL and sort of how you can start to figure out how to navigate that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Amber.
Thank you. And yes, Laura's ahead of the game there, looking at Michigan Model activities. So to kind of bring it all together, when we talk about social emotional learning, right, kind of the crux of what we had today, it's the why. And we know that mental health challenges have been exacerbated, and we talk about healthy students. Someone brought up breakfast earlier, right? That impacts the health, the mental health, physical health, wellness of our students and their readiness to learn. One of the things that we have through the Department of Health and Human Services, sponsored by MDE as well, is the Michigan Model for Health. And this has been selected as a Tier 1 social emotional learning strategy in this blueprint report. Tier 1, again, if you can think of the triangle that your multi-tiered systems of support teams use. This is looking at one, Tier 1 is going to be a strategy that is utilized for a majority of the students. I believe, is it 90%? I'm not certain on my percentages there, but for most of your students, Tier 2, again, being something that is more directive for a handful of students, and Tier 3 being for those smallest group of students with some high needs. So again, there is your CASEL acronym. CASEL is, if you can think of rating systems, this is that gold star. And Michigan Model has been recognized by CASEL in its social emotional learning guide for effective social emotional learning programs since 2013. Something for Michigan Model not only being recognized since 2013, Michigan Model is turning 40 this upcoming calendar year. And that is a feat for a evidence-based curriculum, and is also something that when you think of Michigan Model for Health, you might think of, something where you're like, when I saw it, it wasn't really versed in social emotional learning. And we are here to tell you that hopefully as you continue your venture through Michigan Model for Health, you will see its updates and its facelifts and how comprehensive and intertwined these social emotional learning skills, when we talk about the student health being that base, that primer for student learning, this is going to be integrated across all content areas of Michigan Model for Health. So the K through 6 is designated as that SEL program, which is the highest rating. In the middle school, which covers 7th through 8th grade, is designated as promising program. So it is improving from the supplementary up to the designated. We also have the 9 through 12, which is going to review and receive evaluation upcoming. But again, it is in kind of all written in the same vein and same framework. So consistency throughout our programming. Health standards for those that are looking for, okay, how is this aligned to standards and what you're expected to teach? This is right there aligned with them. As teachers will see student outcomes, student goals, all of that's in there. Everything is already aligned in the curriculum and let you know that. So it's going to meet those. Again, we bring up our CASEL wheel for those 5 areas that we talked about and did some skill building with. And you'll see Michigan Model has its own set of competencies that it looks at. and it aligns those not only with your Michigan Health Education Standards, National Health Education Standards, but also the CASEL competency learning area. So a lot of alignment happening here, but really that's just to show that this is rooted in some strong foundation and theory. And these will be the outcomes that you will see, the skills that your students will be working on throughout the curriculum. So if you pull up a lesson, you'll see, okay, they'll be working on goal setting during this lesson.
Yeah, and I think, Amber, this is such a good point that even if you're just using the SEL content as a part of Project Healthy Schools, like Michigan Model has a great SEL unit for every grade level, but if you teach anything beyond the SEL unit, you can be reassured that SEL is being reinforced in all of those other content areas, which is super nice. So if you're using Michigan Model for Health, to teach health beyond SEL, or you're considering that, you can know that SEL is really being reinforced in the SEL unit, but beyond as well, which I think is super cool.
Mm-hmm. And Danielle, if I can have you open that.
Oh, yeah, I sure can.
Thank you so much. And to really make sure that this is easy to use, and our new teacher tool for looking at skill, on the left-hand side, you'll see the unit areas, those topic areas. So Michigan Model, you're going to have social and emotional health, safety, nutrition and physical activity, personal health and wellness, alcohol, tobacco, other drugs, and HIV at a couple different grade levels. So what this does is it shows you what that lesson is and what that CASEL competency you're working on, as well as the skills for the Michigan Model standards. So you can look at this two ways. If you are really seeing that your students need to kind of stretch themselves and maybe some decision making or goal setting, you can come here and say, okay, these are the lessons that are going to hit on it. And Danielle, if I can have you scroll down just to highlight a different unit. Nutrition, physical activity is perfect. So at the kindergarten level, you'll see here that we're going to be working on self-management as well as core concepts. We look at the CASEL skills, and we're going to be looking at self-awareness and self-management again. So again, just like Danielle said, you do not have to be talking about the social emotional unit specifically to be getting those competency areas that we know build successful learners. Okay, so if you could think to yourselves, the most important MIP here, most important point with respect to social emotional learning and Michigan Model for Health. Just kind of reflect on that. I'll give you, gold star answer. It's everywhere, right? It's comprehensive. You are not just going to get, it's not just 22 lessons, just focused on that. It's everywhere. So you're going to get it everywhere. I guess that's my most important point. So hopefully yours is somewhere aligned with that. Part of this process, we receive funding for Medicaid. So if you have students and or families 19 and under who are potentially looking for health insurance, Medicaid health insurance through the My Bridges program is something that your regional school health coordinators can help you connect with, and a good resource to know for everyone who is interacting with students.
I was going to say, and I can send Melissa this brochure as well, so she can get it out to y'all so that you have it to distribute as you need to. Ken.
Yep. So today we did cover a lot of content, a lot of practice time, a lot of reflection time. One more reflection time. What is your one thing that you are taking away from our hour together today? And if you could, you are more than welcome to share that. I'm really thinking about how, as you begin this journey for healthier schools, healthier students, I hope that somewhere in there, that one thing is really looking at the foundation that social emotional learning brings and how we can look to incorporate it. I think it's something that we hear social emotional learning and we might just think, oh, it's just the mentality, right? How our students are feeling mentally. And exactly right, Melissa, it's a part of all aspects of education, right? It can be if a student's hungry, if a student's tired, if something's happening anywhere, how that can impact their readiness to learn. And lastly, I mentioned regional school health coordinators. Danielle is one of our regional school health coordinators. We are much like social emotional learning, we're everywhere. We are all across the state. So this map and this link, MISHCA is an acronym for Michigan School Health Coordinators Association. So all of our regional school health coordinators have a collaborative professional group where they share all their ideas and what they've heard for implementation wise so that they can share them out with you. And as you continue your journey with Michigan Model for Health, these will be your trainers. They will get you access. They'll get you all the things that you need. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to any of them. Even if it's not your area, you can always connect with Danielle and she'll get you connected to the one that is in your area. That's going to be the most convenient for you. Or you can reach out to me and I'll do the same thing.
Yes, and then we do have a little evaluation link. If you want to give us feedback on this session, I'll make sure to send that to Melissa to share out with you as well. That feedback is anonymous and just helps us improve what we can be bringing to y'all in terms of professional learning. And we are so grateful for you letting us come share space with you this afternoon on a Friday. It was nice to virtually meet y'all and spend some time.
Awesome. Thanks, Danielle. Thanks, Amber. Yeah, if you guys want to keep that up for just a quick second. And then again, we'll have our own separate evaluation. Of course, we'll share all that with you guys too once we get all that sent back to us. Wonderful. Well, again, thank you so much, Amber and Danielle, for a wonderful presentation. And again, if you haven't communicated with your regional school health coordinator, please let me know and we can get you in touch with them. Again, all of our year one schools, you guys had introductory emails with your coordinator. So if you haven't had those conversations, really great time to start those so that your staff, your teachers, whoever might be teaching SEL, will have the opportunity to be trained and get access to all those resources from Michigan Model for Health. Wonderful. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and take one last time and just kind of wrap things up. So again, just to thank everybody for being here. I know it's a Friday, it's Friday afternoon, it's the Friday before a short week with Thanksgiving. So there are plentiful other things I'm sure that you could have done with your time. So thank you all so very much for being here with us. And so what we have here are we got a couple different ways to fill out these different evaluations or interest forms. So the first link, Sherry just put it in the chat box, is our evaluation. We would really appreciate, so it's an opportunity to share your feedback on today's event and an opportunity to share on each individual event. So if something was really resonated with you, you'll have an opportunity to share that, as well as for future events. If there is additional subject matter that could be really helpful for you and for your school and your students, we are happy to hear that as well. So the Champ Gathering evaluation is the first link, and it's also the big QR code in the center. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So that big one in the center, that's the evaluation. And as I mentioned earlier, when we started the event this morning, we have 2 interest forms that, this is only if you're interested. If you think about it, you noodle on it, and you would like to help, let me know or reach out to your coordinator and we can get your information for the interest form. But again, the second link that Sherry put in is the 20th anniversary interest form, and it's the QR code here on the left. And that is for anybody who would be interested in helping to support our 20th year anniversary celebration. We'll have a lot of wonderful social media opportunities, reporting, everything else like that. And so we would love to get some testimonials from our wellness champions, administrators, teachers, students, whoever it might be. They can be written testimonials, they can be recorded. If you'd like us to come out and record it for you, we can do that too. So that is that second link. So again, if you're just interested, we'll get your information. And then as that time comes closer to collect that, we'll let you know exactly what we're looking for. And then the very last is, again, we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that we're making some of those slight adjustments and updates to our curriculum, especially when it comes to just making sure we continue to have that DEI lens with all of our lesson plans, also making a few revisions to some of the activities that we have with our lessons, again, just keeping inclusivity in mind and accessibility in mind. So if you'd like to be part of that focus group, again, we will have focus groups in person and online. So regardless of location, you are more than welcome to participate. We'd love to have some feedback from the experts. So you are all the experts in teaching our lessons. And so when it comes to timing, content, how receptive students will be, all that input would be much appreciated. And so that third link in the chat box is the interest form, as well as the QR code here on the right. And that, again, if you would like to participate, it'll be sometime in the spring. Once we get some interest, we will coordinate with everybody to make sure that we have time that works best for you all, because we know the spring, just like the winter, just like any time of the school year, is very busy. So we want to be mindful of your time. And this will all be sent out in an email shortly after the event is done. So there will be a follow-up email that just says, thank you, with these 3 additional links. And then next week, we will send out another email to everybody who came with the PowerPoints from the presenters for today. So if there's any information you'd like to have, just know that that is headed your way as well, but we'll get that all put together into an email for you, and we'll make sure to also upload those to the PHS portal as well. That's a lot. Hopefully, you are able to glean a lot of information that is helpful and supportive of your efforts as wellness champions. If you have other members of your wellness team with you today, thank you so much for joining. And again, we are here to support all of our schools. If you are not a PHS school or are someone from the community, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. We will have our RFA with our partnership with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan coming out in the spring. So keep your eyes open for that. If this all sounds delightful and you're interested in applying, we would love to have you join us for the next school year. But that's all we have. So we're getting out a little bit early, and I know the gift of time is a great one. So if there are any questions or comments, I'm going to hang out for a little bit afterwards just to make sure any questions or comments are seen and heard. But if not, please enjoy the rest of your afternoon, enjoy your weekend, and we will be in touch again very soon with all the links from today, all the resources, and then once the recordings are available on the portal, you'll find out about that too. So thanks so much again for your attendance today, and we will look forward to being in touch with everybody soon.